Hello there. Just get started. Now I've got me tea. He said, pausing to drink tea. Was a very good year. Right then, so more bug fixing today. All the fun stuff at the moment. So, suppose I can sort of demonstrate the issue with them first, which requires me to. Where did I change this code? There it is. Take off that force color. And then rebuild. That might be the wrong size. It is the wrong size. Not that it really makes a lot of difference. Matters to me, though. Oh, man. It is cold today. It's been pouring down all morning. Oh, it has stopped now. Hello there, cat peasant. Welcome in. A whole plethora of pussycats. How are you doing today? I know you always lurk and work. But... oh, there we go. That's done. Now back to there. Is that working? It is working. Jolly good. So I think... you good? Hope you are too. Yeah, I'm alright. I was literally just saying how it has been pouring down all morning, but it's finally stopped. And the sun has come out, so hopefully it'll stop being freezing in here in a minute. Because that time of year where I refuse to put the heating on principle. But also I suspect it's going to get warm in a couple of hours. Right. So, if we run this, this is going to run very slowly because it is taking a screenshot every single frame so that I can debug this issue. And you won't immediately see the issue until I show you the screenshot. That'll do it. Kill that. QQQ. So, I fire up a sprite here. It's also cold here and we don't have heating. Oh my goodness. I have to get some cats installed. That's the way I've been dealing with it this morning. Dora has just installed herself in my lap. It's like, yep, good. It's like having a little furry nuclear power station. Always welcome. Right, I open this up again. There we go. Oh, a sprite's not on stream. Where is a sprite? There it is. So here we go. So, got that selected. The viewport is where? About here, I guess. And then we will see that scroll to the left as I advance through the frames. There we go, the sprite's drawn on the right there. And we start scrolling to the left. And we pick up some pickups which we can't see, which is why the colours go funny. And then, as we keep scrolling left, you can see that sprite starts to clip, which is correct. But then about here, as it's drawing in the new tiles, there we go. It starts to screw up in that area. It draws the wrong tiles. Now this is an issue, even though this is off screen. This is an issue because eventually we're going to hit the edge of VRAM over here, and we're going to flick over to this side, and suddenly that wall is going to develop a hole because we've drawn the wrong tiles over here. And somehow the sprite arrays is doing that. And I've been chasing this bug all morning and I haven't yet worked out how it's doing it. But that's what we're doing. So, what I was doing was back to the code. Code. So I was doing a little force color thing where instead of drawing the tiles when it does the arrays, it just draws a red color so we can see exactly. Well, so that we can prove that it is the sprite arrays that's doing it, which is the first portfolio. Oh, man. Sort of temperature to climb into the tea. Oh, hello there, Bean. Welcome in. Ahoy indeed. Thank you for checking in. Here we go. Now we're going to do that again. Very slowly. Chug, 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 chug. And then this is about where I was up to before I started the stream. Wait until that's off screen, then kill it. Then go back to a sprite. Reload the animation. Switch a sprite on in the stream. There it is. What's the task today? The task today, it's I'm sorting out. There's a particular bug in the way that the sprite arrays is working at the moment, which is driving me a bit spare, to be honest. But we're getting there slowly. Which there's, excuse me, I can actually show you sort of what's going on here. This is an animation here from a whole bunch of screenshots. Every frame that we drew there, we then took a screenshot, which is why it was so slow. Oh, and it's not really a screenshot because it's the entirety of VRAM. Viewport being about here. And then as we move right through these frames, which is scrolling left on the screen, we draw the sprite. That's the arrays. The arrays is currently not erasing, it's just drawing red pixels instead. And then we start scrolling left and we start drawing in the world behind. There we go. That's already gone wrong. That's actually frame 9 because it starts at 1. So somehow we've left this column of pixels behind. That line has been drawn in, that column's been drawn in by the world renderer as to account for the left scroll, but it hasn't touched that, and it shouldn't do because it's only doing one column at a time. So those pixels shouldn't have been drawn in the first place, but for some reason they were. And then what's even stranger is as we continue, there we go, drawing more world there, but we don't erase the sprite on that frame. We do erase it on this frame, and it's done the same thing again. It's drawing these extra tiles, these extra columns, which it shouldn't be doing. And according to the code, this is the fun part, according to the code, it isn't drawing them. So, according to the debug prints. So I'm a little bit perplexed at the moment. This is an issue because the arrays that it's doing, I've just demoed this a minute ago if you want maybe watch the VOD later or something, but the if it's not red, if it was showing you what it was actually erasing, it's drawing the wrong tiles in that section, meaning that eventually when we scroll left and we go past the edge of VRAM and we chuck the viewport back over to this side, we suddenly get this geometry suddenly changes because it's drawing the wrong tile. But yeah, it shouldn't be drawing anything at all. And it thinks that it isn't, yet it clearly is, because I've explicitly told it to just draw red pixels. So it must be this code. It must be this code. So, back to sprite for a second. That is frame... Where does it start, actually? Where's the first one? Frame 8, which is actually frame 9. So if we have a look in the code, in the log, find frame 9. There it is. So this is what we do for frame 9's arrays. Zoolander edition, it can't scroll left. Now, I am only aware of Zoolander via memes. I believe Zoolander is the origin of blue steel. That is about the limit of my knowledge of Zoolander. I've never actually seen the film, so I'll just have to take your word for it that that's a reference. Okay, so we're drawing a sprite. We are drawing full tile at 384, and then we have clipped by 1 pixel, by 1 column, the 400. So let's check that. 384168 in a sprite. The main character can't turn left. Oh, is that like a profile thing or something? That is bad side or something. 384168, which should be the top left of that red box. Get on there. That looks like 385. No, it's not. It's just being silly. Yeah, 384168. So check that again. Oh, sorry, I forget a sprite doesn't appear automatically. Okay, 384168, and we're doing 16 by 16. Let me put a sprite on the stream. So there we go, 384168, and if we go to 16 by 16, I'm going to assume, well, actually that's 32 square, but that's the same idea. Actually, that is 32. Oh yeah, because it's only... Man, I'm not paying any attention here today. 16 by 16, so it draws a tile to that point, which is correct. So, back to the code for a second. The next one is 400/168, which is 16 pixels to the right, but we only draw 15 pixels this time. A sprite. So you start there and we draw 15 pixels. Where does 15 end? There. This is what I mean, you see. The code is adamant it isn't drawing that column. But somebody is. And it must be this code on a previous frame or something. So it's drawing that whole area as red, but then because we've scrolled, then the world update comes in and draws that new column of tile there, which is why that bit's grey. But somebody is drawing, I say somebody, it must be the erase code, is drawing these extra red pixels. The graphics card is haunted, I've seen it before. I wouldn't be surprised. And indeed, at a time when graphics cards cost, and I believe I'm not exaggerating here, £1 billion trillion pounds each, I believe that would be the perfect time for a graphics card to become haunted. My current client is talking about the Steam Deck at the moment. I'm waiting for them at some point to say, would I mind awfully buying one so that I can test their game on it? I will do if you pay for it. I'm not buying a Steam Deck right now after they've just tripled the price of the bloody things. Excuse me. Right. So presumably then it's a previous frame has drawn that column. When does that column first come to exist? It's not there in 7. But maybe, no, if it's not there, then it's not there. So we must draw it. We have to draw it on that frame. But the code is adamant that it's not doing that. Is the code, is it just drawing 1 pixel extra? Is that all this is? Hello there, Toil. Welcome in. Thank you for the daily cheer-in. I've already forgotten what frame that was. Was it 15? That worked, but no sound, so just saying hello. Fair enough. Thank you very much for the hello. And the cheering in. So that's actually frame... No, we know this already. This is frame 9. That's what we're looking at. So... You're saying you've clipped to only 15 pixels. Are you actually doing that? Because that's
I know a way you can
that's
upgrade your operating system, and you don't have to wait 7 light years. You don't even have to wait 7 months.
And it's a 3rd generation, like me. So it must be really good.
That's right. It's OS2 Warp, the next generation operating system.
Oh, I just love that video. Everything's gone insane. We use Raspberry Pi compute modules at work. They're 120 quid plus now. The product is no longer viable. Oh, hence the big meeting yesterday, possibly, or at least part of it. That is bananas, isn't it? Aye. Right, so is this just printing these numbers out and then actually drawing using different ones? Is that what's happening? Is that what's happening?
And I wanted to pick a song that was exactly perfect. A song that let me say thank you. A song that looked back retrospectively.
The timer always plays all the videos when they come in, because I like all the videos. But yes, Miss Voyager was touting IBM stuff. As I always like to point out, that was for OS2 Warp, which was, you know, the, I don't know what to call it. I was going to say the last version of OS2, but I'm not sure that's true. And then I was going to say the most popular version of OS2, but that's not really a very accurate description of it. No, there's door again. But anyway, it was for OS2 Warp, which IBM inexplicably tried to advertise with references to the Starship Enterprise, like there were print ads that they made with the actual Starship Enterprise in, that they did not have permission to use. And so they very nearly got sued. But yes, and clearly at some point they thought the whole Next Generation thing, they obviously wanted to get Patrick Stewart, but he didn't do it. So they went, no, we'll get what's her face, you know, from the other one. She won't mind. I hope she got paid a lot. That's all I can say about that. And then my favourite part, the punchline to it, is having then been told by a whole bunch of lawyers that they were not allowed to associate OS2 with Star Trek in any way, they then came up with a brilliant new marketing strategy, which was essentially to associate it with stoners. Warp as in warp your mind, man. And if you've never seen those adverts, they're worth a look as well, because they are even more baffling than trying to use Star Trek. Anyway, a 3-stream streak. Next time. Now, generally speaking, I would say I trust that function. Is there a way I'm trying to think how we can. I mean, I can add a load of guff debug print to this, but I'd get a bit noisy. I mean, I say I'm confident this function's working correctly. This is the function I ended up having to write a bunch of unit tests for. That's how flaky it was. So, actually, it wasn't this one, was it? I don't think so. This looks too short. But this crap definitely needed testing. Also, there's a multiplier in there that I don't like. Anyway, don't get distracted by that. Could we? Let's just put something. And this one, then on a display. Excuse me. Come on, compiler. There we go. And of course, this is still going to be taking screenshots. It's going to be rather slow, but that's fine. Plunk, 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 plunk. Probably about there, be fine. Now then. Log. Well, actually, let's look at a sprite first so we can see where it first goes wrong. That one. Yes, please. Oh, actually, it's going to be the same frame, isn't it? Well, I'll check anyway. It's possible I didn't start pressing the key at the same time. Okay, first one is frame 8, which is actually frame 9 again. Back here, this is the log. Where is frame 1? Frame 1 is... It's going past them. That's 11, so it's this one. Okie dokie. That's 16 by 16, don't care about that one. That one is supposed to be 15 by 16, in which case one of the planes should not do 4 rights, it should only do 3. I think we found the problem. Okay. Oh, there's another bug in that function. Right, fine. Oh, that's plane 0 though. That might be fine. Well, these are all plane 0. Oh, there's the rest, okay. Oh yeah, because we do plane first. All right. Plane, are these all 4s? If these are all 4s, then we've definitely got a bug. Plane 3 is all 4. Nah, there. Okay, no, it is doing the right thing. Panic over. So 400 plane 3, a sprite. A sprite. 400. Give us one of them. 400 is there. Excuse me. That's plane 0. Plane 1, 2, 3. So it's saying it's doing 3 pixels on that plane. So 1 pixel there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one. 1, 2, 3, 4. That actually doesn't even line up. It's not that plane. Is it 415? That's got to be plane 3. I must have just miscounted. Calculator, because I can't do basic arithmetic. What number was that? 415. 415, that's off 416 by 1. That's got to be plane 3. 416 divided by 4 certainly goes into 4. So 1 less than that, that must be plane 3. That's intriguing. Let's go back to 400, which is there. That is 16 pixels. So if, let's do some coloring in. Yellow, plane 0, plane 1, plane 2, plane 3. 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's doing the right thing. It's omitting that pixel, which it should be. But it's clearly not omitting it, because it's on the damn screen. So who is drawing this pixel? Do we? Yes. Yes, we do. Answer my own question. We are going to, instead of doing this as red, we are going to go back to sprite so I can see the palette. Anything you like, really. don't have a long run of colours. Let's go with that. That's 168 to 181. Sorry, you can't see any of that. 168 to 181. Okay. Yeah, I think this is probably fine. Don't do that. Leave that in the clipboard. This is in erase item, isn't it? Yes. So we want to do this per frame because we are going to be erasing the. No, we're not going to be erasing the play because it's not being rendered. All right, we can do it here then. Already forgotten the numbers. 168, isn't it? You. Let's do it the simple way. What did you want? No, it's not. So instead of always drawing red, this is going to draw different shades of, I think, greenish. So that'll give us some notion of how old the pixel is, in a sense. Because I still can't quite shake the feeling that it was drawn on an earlier frame, though I'm not sure that makes sense. Ah, yes, of course it's going to do it by plane. This may not be so easy to interpret. Sprite? Nope. Where's the button? There it is. Actually, that value is not changing anyway, is it? It's not doing what I think it's doing, so clearly this is just silly code. Fine, let's do this elsewhere. Erase list. Actually, we're going to want to define force color somewhere. Let's try that. That has the benefit of not changing between planes as well. And nobody likes to change planes. That joke didn't work. Don't do that joke again. Of course, that palette shift is not helping. Oh, but you won't see it in the screenshots. Handily enough. Right, okay, a sprite. A sprite on the string, there we go. So, there's sprite, there's the erase box. See that it's changing colour as we advance the frames. So when we first get this wrong, that looks like the same colour to me. That is index 170. And that is index 170 as well. So it is that same frame. It's not being left over from the previous frame, because the previous frame was colour 169. It's not there anyway. So we are drawing it. But I'm just not seeing it in the code or in the log. Both of which seem to explicitly say they are not drawing that column. Well, I must have missed something. Bracket of frame 9 in the log, even though we've already looked at it. Wait. Oh, look at that. I did miss something. When we do plane 3, the right-hand tile, which is the one that's clipped, we actually draw 4 pixels. The left-hand tile, which doesn't need clipping, we only draw 3. So it's as if that's the clipped one. Or it's applying the clip. That's kind of baffling. Okay. Where is that? Because I've forgotten. World renderer, I think. Erase item. It's in front of me. There it is. Draw multi-tile overlap. World renderer. Actually, go back a minute. That is not the button. I actually wanted to see. It's an erase list, isn't it? Getting the regions there, then we're doing the clip there. No, none of the clipping is concerned with planes, so it must be this function. Look at that log again. So tile overlap 1 would also be interesting, because tile overlap 3 is the bottom right tile. What about the top right tile? That should also be clipped. It is, and draw, that's plane 4 though. Plane 2, excuse me. Wait a minute. Wait a moment. Oh right, yeah, because we do each tile in order. So that, no we don't. What is this code doing? Plane 0, which makes sense, and that's the top left. Oh, it's because that I'm thinking that that applies to this. Well, it doesn't. It applies to that. Have I just misread that? Is that all that is? No, because yes, I have. Okay, good. No, I really haven't. Oh, my brain. Right. Okay, let's move that line in the log because it's driving me nuts. That's happening there, which is after that clip. So let's. Have I just. No. That's not the right bit of code anyway. I'm looking at the wrong log there. What does the bloody log say? Tile overlap X. Is that in here? Yes, it is. Right, but it's coming out to the right region. Not anymore, it's not. Right. Rebuild that. Which sounds of guzzling tea. Right. You cats. Let's do this again. Purely for the sake of reordering some log output. Chug, 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 chug. Meaning this is very slow, not I am drinking a huge beer. Just in case anybody was confused there. Right, back to the log then. Okay. It is a little early for huge beers. Hello, Whiskey, welcome in. How you doing?
We've already got spikes, right? Oh,
What's this?
lasers again!
What was that? Some vertical shooter or other. Looked fun. Zero. Another one. Which, in fact, that's already wrong then, isn't it? No, it's not, because it's plane 0. Yeah, no, that's correct. Doing that, and we're doing 3, and then we come back round for plane 1, then we come back round for plane 2, and then we come back round for plane 3. The top left one is a full tile, does 4 rights. The top right one is not a full tile, so it doesn't do 4 rights. That is correct. The bottom left one is a full tile, it does 4 rights. The bottom right one is not a full tile, it only does 3 rights. So it is doing the right thing. It's important to make sure your log output's in the right order, otherwise you go a bit mad. Okay. That still doesn't answer the question, which bleeding bit of code is drawing these pixels? Demon Star, same dev as Raptor Called to Shadows, music by Bobby Prince of Doomfire. I've not heard of that one. The same dev as Raptor's pretty good, and to be fair, Bobby Prince as well is also pretty good. Shall have to give that one a look. Assume, is it, what platform was it? Because it was very small on my screen, so I couldn't tell. It looked potentially DOSy, but it might well have been a modern indie type thing. Right, so this appears to be doing the right thing. How about let's, instead of bottom of this function, there it is, instead of just incrementing this every frame, don't get rid of that, every frame, how about we instead say, leave it at 168, and then we change the right pixel. Right.
Imagine having a stat that shows you are an idiot that
well,
everyone else can see. Now, there is such a thing. You know, there's a certain red hat in the United States.
Well, there's other stuff
that if you wear that kind of does that. Now, all we have is when I open my mouth, people know it. Yeah, that's some people sometimes. Noise.
So Windows runs on 95 all the way up to 10. I also got a remaster on Steam recently. Oh, cool. Right. So, yes, I was just about to, when we do this false color, we should do false color plus something like plain times 2. Because that way we can see does this actually help? I mean, it can't be the wrong plane, can it? Also, that code broke. Neat. Plane. Oh, dist plane. Called it dist plane in this function. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. No, I don't think this is going to help, but I'm doing it anyway. Mm. What are you trying to solve today? So, I've been in the process of rewriting how all the... Well, it's been a long process of rewriting how the entire rendering works to make it run at 60 on a 386. Fueled, as I've mentioned many times before, purely by envy of Jazz Jackrabbit, which doesn't even run 60 all the time on a 386, but that's beside the point. And yes, that has involved rewriting a bunch of stuff, which has then had knock-ons requiring me to rewrite other stuff, and we're into about the 4th level of that rewrite now. Specifically today, there is a new method of erasing sprites, which involves working out which tiles it needs to draw in the background. And there's a bug where sometimes when it does the erase, it's erasing pixels, it's drawing background back in on pixels that it shouldn't really be touching. And that causes a problem when the scroll resets and it makes the background go weird. But what's the strangest part is, according to the code and every bit of debug output I put in, it isn't drawing those pixels. It clearly is, though, because I can see them in the screenshot. So it's a bit of a mystery, to be honest. Oh, this is also running extremely slowly because it's taking a screenshot every frame. Which even in DOSBox takes forever, sadly. That'll probably be... Right, put that back there. Close a sprite, reopen. Put a sprite on the stream. There we go. So this is the contents of VRAM, and the viewport for the game is about there-ish. And so as we advance through these frames, we scroll left. You can see where the... There we go, that's already gone wrong there. And then we're drawing in more pixels there. Also... This is... Have I not been paying attention as I've been doing this previously? I don't remember this recording the palette change. Did it always do that? It can't have done because I've been zooming in and checking colours. Why is it just recording the palette now? Don't get distracted by that. But the point is, you can see there are pixels that are left over here. I mean, we can still work out what... Well, we know what plane they are because of what position they're in. But that is 174, which is plane 4. Plane 3, excuse me. Which kind of makes sense. That one at least is green. That's 174, which is... Hang on, you're 0. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, plane 3. I mean, it can't really not be plane 3 if it's in that position. So that really didn't help. So, mystery wibbly pixels caused by quadruple question. Because sprite code is touching background pixels, it's not supposed to, but is. Have I got that about right? It is about right, Whiskey, yeah, it's about right. The particularly upsetting part for me is the log very clearly says it is not drawing those pixels. And that debug output is coming from the code that does the actual drawing. So there's not really a way for that to be incorrect compared to what the code is doing. Which suggests that something else is drawing those pixels, but that's why they're a weird colour, is to sort of prove that it is this code. And it's not like anything is like trying to read the pixels off the screen and then write them back again later. The old sprite system would have done that. The current one doesn't. Very puzzling. Is your debug code lying? That would be the reasonable assumption, and still is the reasonable assumption. But the debug code is right here, right next to the line that does the actual drawing. And it's the number of writes is the important value. And we're printing that out, and it is correct. It's 3, which it should be, because it would be 4 if we were drawing 16 pixels. But it's clever enough to know that we've clipped the final column off, so it only draws 3, which is right. Back to sprite for a second. Pixel list. Yeah, that's 415, so that is a plain 3 pixel. And it doesn't exist on the previous frame. So it must be frame 9, that actually is. That's drawing it. Surely. It's like your clearing is offset by 1. It is. It's not a DOSBox bug, no. No, I don't think so. It does seem most likely that the debug code is wrong somehow. I just can't see how at the moment. Let's have a look at that output for 9 again. Can we work out? Go to the top here. We've got a screen pos 28964. A sprite for a second. 28964 is difficult to measure up in this screenshot, but actually the other way to do it would be to say if it's at 384, screen process 289, then that is 84 plus 11, which is 95. But that says 93. Okay, so that's the previous frame then. I'm going to do something else peculiar. I'm going to add a similar thing to, where's world rendering raw? In here somewhere. Yoo-hoo, world rendering raw. Apparently I can't see it. It is world rendering draw, isn't it? Draw column and draw row, but then, oh, is it? Oh, it's way down the bottom, so I can't find it. It is silly, me. That's true. But it's not the cause of this problem. So when we do the actual draw, which is here, is that the leading or the... Okay, that's the leading. There's the trailing there. So does that have a false color anymore? No, I was very neat and took it out. While it's going back in. Oh, that's it. Don't forget your commas. Draw column. Don't really need a default value for that, but we'll put it anyway. Oh, yeah, probably upset about that, aren't you? Oh, it's a lambda, is it? Oh, so it is. Excuse me. Yes, what you say? Really? I'm allowed to just fling that into there, am I? Seems a bit grisly. I'm going to make myself feel better. Right, it's the unsigned chart, if you don't mind. I think that would get promoted to an int. Yeah, I don't want to think about it. Right, okay, fine. Oh, that's inside that lambda, so that'll cover everything. But now we need to tell it what color to draw. Back a bit, back a bit. More than that, back a bit. Keep going. There we go. That's the trailing. So let's force every trailing VRAM column to be what color? Bright yellow. 107. 107. Crikey, that might even work. I don't think it's, again, going to get us any closer, but we'll find out. Well, if the debug code can't be wrong, something is happening after the debug log before the next log. Yeah, seems reasonable. That's kind of, well, that's the whole point of making things, instead of rendering what they're meant to render, they render for pixels forced to a particular color, because then you know it's that particular code, the bit of code that's responsible for drawing it. And so far, it does seem to suggest that it's that arrays code, which is flatly denying responsibility. Right, let's go this way. And we should be drawing a big yellow block behind the scroll. Q, 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 Q. A sprite, a sprite. Reopen that. Yes, I know it's an animation. Back to frame 1, and then put it on the stream. Ding. Okay, so we scroll left. Okay, we got a yellow column over there because of the misalignment on the first frame, but that's fine. We are not getting yellow pixels. Okay, did I just not change the right code? Yeah, we're getting no yellow columns over here now that we're moving left. When we moved right, we did get one over here though. So that feels like I've just put that code in the wrong place. Or one of the two places that it ought to go. Oh, for goodness sake. If moving right, do all of that. What about if moving left? That's the leading column, that's the trailing column. 107, I think we decided. What's your problem? Oh, lack of comma. Got it again. Where's the pussycat? Oh, she's down there. I can hear birds having a scrap in the back garden. I'm surprised the cat hasn't gone to join in, or at least to shout from the window. Come on, there we go. Right at the point where I tell it to come on, it finishes. Right, that's there, let's go. get on with it. Chug, chug, chug. Quit. A sprite, a sprite. Ring of the mat. Yes, it's an animation. Oh yeah, that looks a bit better. Or a bit more like what I was expecting. Okay, so now we scroll left. Scroll right for the first frame, ignore that. There we go. Now we get a big old column where the world is being drawn in. The question is, do we get green pixels on the right-hand side of that? Yes. Oh, in the middle of it, in fact. Okay, that's fair enough. And then they'll continue growing. So we are very clearly drawing a big chunk of tile right there. It's almost like the debug log is completely unrelated to the data. Because something is very explicitly drawing chunks of tile here. This is allegedly frame 15. What does frame 15 say? Speak, frame 15. Speak. Explain yourself. So the top right guy is meant to be 7 by 16. 400, 168. 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 Was it 400? I've already changed my mind. Was it 400? I can't remember. It was 400. And now I've taken a spray off the stream. Damn it. 400, 168, 7 by 16. 400, 168, 7 by 16. 400, 168, 7 by 16. It doesn't include no pixels at all. It doesn't include them. But they don't exist. Well, no, they sort of do. They're coming in one frame at a time, or one column at a time. Frame 8, which is actually 9, is the first one that goes wrong. And it must be you that's drawing that column. But we've been through this twice already. I got frame 9. There's one. Nope, next one. Eight, 4, 168 for the top left one. Let's have a look at that. Is that you? It is. And there's 16 by 16. Okay. You couldn't see that, but it doesn't matter. The next one is at 400, 168. It's 15 by 16. 400. Get off. 400, 168, 15 by 16. Takes us to there. But it's, and so it, well, obviously it must just be miscalculating by 1. What else could it possibly be? Surely that's the obvious thing. So we put log in to say, tell me precisely which pixels you're writing. And it says, I'm writing, doing 4 writes for that plane there, and for all the first plane tiles and second plane tiles. And then when we get to the final plane, the right-hand pixel of the group of 4, we draw 4 for the full tile, but we only draw 3 for the clipped one, which is correct. This is going to be something very obvious when I finally work it out, but right now it's driving me a bit spare. This is one of those bugs where 2 plus 2 has inexplicably become 5. It must be my fault that it's become 5, but every check that I'm adding seems ridiculous and then confirms that no, 2 plus 2 does equal 4, but it's just telling me 5 anyway. Holy moly, I think we've just got your rain. Hailstones in June. That sort of sounds like it ought to be a country song. I don't know if that's just me. I might have to make some more tea. If you are getting our weather beam, don't worry about it. It's going to be horrendous for an hour, and then it's going to become really bright sunshine, which it is again now. Is the case of 0 is not 0, but in fact 1 kind of thing? That's a good question. Well, what I will say is okay, now I'll finish that thought first, and then I'll go back to the thing I was about to interrupt myself with. If we go back to a sprite, so the planed modes in VGA mean that when we set the plane to plane 0, we can draw that pixel. We cannot draw those pixels, and then the next pixel is that. So when it says that it's plane 3, like that, it must be plane 3 that is setting, that pixel is on plane 3. So we must have set plane 3 to write it. According to the output, the only time it sets plane 3, unless that is somehow not accurate. But I mean, if it was not accurate, the other tiles would look wrong. And so when this is saying like we're only doing 3 writes for plane 3, if I go back to a sprite, I don't know how kind of obvious that is, but oh hello, didn't mean to do that. Like plane 3, that's plane 0, 1, 2, 3, so it's the darker green. And we're missing the first 16, which is the first tile, because the tile's 16 by 16 square. So that first dark green one, that's the first plane 3 pixel, and we're only drawing 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. It would be incorrect to draw the 4th, and clearly that's what's happening. But this log is very clear that we're only drawing 3. And if the memory address was incorrect, we'd get a much bigger corruption. Not that one. Video. Number of writes. Move to the next line. I mean, I'm looking at this code. This code is kind of, that's the fiddly part, which is setting up the initial offsets. But is it possible that's wrong? It doesn't feel like it could be. If that initial offset is off by 1, we would get that pixel. And then 1, 2, 3, but we wouldn't get that one. That column would not draw if the address was off by 1. Which seems really clear that it must be drawing 4 pixels. No, it's very clearly that value is 3. There must be something else going on here. Oh, I'm gonna have to find it this way. Arrays render item. There it is. Draw multi-tile. Oh, actually, that's the other thing. I mean, We can't be setting the wrong plane either, because again, that would screw up lots of other things, even in the same sprite. So it doesn't seem like it could be that. This multi-tile overlap literally just goes through the 4 regions and calls that function on them. Okay. New plan. What if we said, what if we learn to spell? Tilemap. I didn't need a new line there. Thank you, Visual Studio. Do you want to pack that in? We'll have tilemap region size X. If that is no, less than 16. Does that make sense? It's the only thing we're drawing, so it's fine. You should say if that is equal to 16, then we draw. So this function will not get called at all for the right-hand tiles, in theory. So if it's... Shut up, Siri. I said in theory, not Siri. I said it again. Sorry, just arguing with my phone. So in principle, good, phone didn't respond to that. The right-hand tiles will stop, the right-hand sort of green blocks will stop rendering completely as soon as they start to clip. So if we don't see the green columns appearing, then it must be this function. I mean, it kind of has to be that function anyway. I just can't see how yet. Fuck, I didn't press left fast enough there. Oh, that might have offset the debug a little bit. It's fine. That's probably enough. Q. 0 to 15 instead of 1 to 16. It's true, but you've got the complication of we're not dealing with pixels, we're dealing with planes, which is... It makes things more complicated, but it also sort of makes certain guarantees, which is a little strange. Quite cozy. Reminds me of being young and my mum being okay to be playing computer games because it was too wet to do anything outside. No, I do like... I'd find it cozier if I had a fire to sit next to. But I don't, so that's not going to happen. Right, did I just build that? No, I just ran it. This is what happens every time I read chat. I forget where I'm up to. Okay, a sprite close that. Reopen that. Agree. Put a sprite on the stream. There we go. So stuff happening there, and then we scrolled right again, and we scroll left again. It's not appearing, is it? Yes, it is. Well, I was not expecting that. Who's drawing those pixels? Put your hands up. I want a confession, or every pixel gets detention. Also, they... Are my eyes, or are they different colours? What value are you on? 72 and 4. That is going to be the same. Oh, it's those two. Wow, they do not look like the same colour to me. Look at that yellow background. Anyway, okay, so this is frame 21. Back to the code. Laura, what are you doing? Okay. Just trying to shove a face underneath a beanbag for some reason. Right, log 21. Slightly uncomfortable that this is different frame numbers, but I don't suppose it matters too much. What was that one? 15, 17, 19, 21 at the very end. according to this, frame 21, it didn't draw anything because there were only 2 tiles visible and they were both slightly clipped. Do I agree with that? I suppose that's true, actually, isn't it? Yeah, that's only 10 pixels away. So it might have drawn an extra one, but still not 16. 16 would be, fascinatingly, all the way down there. But we're not getting the debug output here that comes from this function, because it's not bloody calling it. So where are those pixels coming from? I mean, it's kind of good because it means this debug output is correct and I'm not insane in this specific instance. But is my assumption about which frame is which compared to the screenshots, is that correct? I think it would have to be. Because the first frame is going to be frame 0 according to the code. That's an assumption in itself, actually. No, it's bound to be. I'm a C programmer, I'm bound to have started at 0. And then we're going to get to the end of the frame, we're going to write the screenshot out, and sprite is going to call that frame 1. So we're always... Hang on, am I going the wrong way? It's 1 less, not 1 more. Which frame was that? That's 20, which is actually 19. I've been looking at the wrong frame all this time. That could explain some of this. Okay, 19 in fact. So there we go. The left hand... No, but hang on, we just looked at the image and it was correct. Oh, now my brain hurts. Why does programming have to make my brain hurt? Well, maybe this is the issue then. This makes sense. Does it? So frame 19, if we assume that this code applies to what we've got on the screen, we've got a tile at 384.168 that's 16 by 16. Where has a sprite gone? It's over here. Oh, hello there, Cat. I will not mind you, you're not here. I don't know if it counts as still lurking, if you say, don't mind me, I'm not here. But sure. We didn't see you, right. What was that number? I've already forgotten. 304.168, that sounds right. And then if it was 16 by 16... Okay, no, this makes sense. That's why those pixels are getting drawn. I've been looking at the wrong frame all this time. So it's drawing all that, gets to the end of the frame, updates the scroll, draws in those yellow columns. Okay. I was right, kind of. Yeah, sort of. It helps if you look at the right debug output, turns out. So, I mean, that's kind of odd in itself, because we would be doing 401.68 1 pixel wide. Where is the thing? It's over here. 401.68, 401.68, 401.68, 400 is there. So it would also like to draw that column. But we didn't allow it because that's been clipped. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to go back a couple of steps now that we've realized we're looking at the wrong data. Not that one. That one? That one. Get rid of this crap. Bang. Bang. Oh. And then... Yeah, I think we just rebuild it. Rebuild that. That was a good screen down. Right. What you want? It is 11 AM. and very much not lunchtime. Okay. Lunchtime in an hour. Okay. Grumbles from the rug. Right. Well, this get me left scroll starting immediately. Go, go, go. That weird little right jump is freaking me out slightly as well. Deal with that later. Right. Get rid of it. Excuse me. A sprite. Look, I got to get on, eat some breakfast and stream prep. I'll be lurking now. Fair enough. Thank you for the lurk, Whisk. Nice to see you. Right. Let's go right here. When does this start going screwy? There. 8, which is actually frame 7, not frame 9. Okay. Frame 7. Way up the list. 7. So we got a full down at the top left. In fact, we should ignore all of these because that's plane 0, plane 1, plane 2. Plane 3 is the important one. Oh, this looks familiar. Okay, well, let's go through all of them. We're saying 384, 168, 1616. Which is, I mean, we know this because we've measured it a bunch of times at this point. That was the right thing. 384 by 168, 16 by 16 is that guy. Okay. So then we must also be doing, that's 16, no, that's 15. Okay, so do we think we should only clip to 15 for this frame? Oh, it's not on the stream. Sorry, I forget that a sprite doesn't appear automatically. You just have to take my word for it. Yes, it's clipped to 15. It shouldn't be clipped to 15. A sprite, there you go, you can see it this time. It should be clipped to, I mean, ideally it should be clipped to there. Which is, oh, except I just went to get rid of my selection, get off. There. It should be clipped to 12, not 15. Why is it out by 3? I could understand it clipping to there, because at the point that it does this draw, that yellow column hasn't been drawn. You know, and more importantly, it hasn't been scrolled off the screen yet. So, while not necessary to draw that rightmost column, it wouldn't be mathematically incorrect. But we're out by 2. Is it just that we aren't accounting for the updated scroll? Is that all this is? I wonder. Go back to the code here. We are clipping it by, oh, we're not clipping it there, we're clipping it down here. We're clipping it against, oh, hang on, we're passing in a clip. Oh, I see, yeah, we're not actually clipping against the viewport then.
If you don't leave, we'll call the police.
Balls. We want the finest wines available to humanity. We want them here, and we want them now.
Quite so. Okay, thanks for that, Brian. I must get round, maybe I'll do that this weekend. I must get round to half-inching that great thing that Moral Recordings has got, where they have that the commands that allow you to get quotes from films. I quite like to do one of those for Whittle and I and a few other things. And I've got them all encoded on external hard drives over there, he said, pointing. So it would be relatively, assuming I've encoded the subtitles, which I think I did, it would be relatively easy to set up. What's that clip from? It's from Whittle and I. Or with Nail and I, as people not inducted into the cult call it, because that's how it's spelled. Easily, what's his face's best film? Actually, it probably applies to both of them, and I can't remember the name of either actor. I nearly called him Hugh Grant. That's completely wrong. Richard E. Grant. That's why I was going to call him Hugh Grant. And that guy who was Doctor Who's brother. Can't remember his name either. Anyway. So, we're clipping. Yeah, we're just clipping to the wrong thing. We're clipping to the size. Well, it's not the wrong thing. We should clip to this as well. So we should clip to this and the viewport. Okay. I suspect the viewport data will still be incorrect. But we'll have to go. Because I think it will be out by a frame at this point. Get more of that. Get rid of that. I should have just cut and pasted it. We'll just cut and paste it. Now, clip is going to be a vec2. And say viewport, which doesn't exist yet. Because I don't think we've got that data. Also, how are we doing this? We're just... Okay, so you've got a screen position. Sure if I believe that is a screen position. This ideally should be combined into one call as well, but we'll do that later. Do I just want to say... Okay. Oh, so this is, when we say screen position, it's actually, let's just check what the log says. Yeah, that's going to be the screen position, isn't it? And that is the offset in VRAM. It's not really a screen position. It's a pixel offset in VRAM. So we need viewport, which is moving. Oh, my brain hurts again. What are we specifying this size in relation to? Because it's not the absolute size of the viewport, because that's never going to change. If we're going to clip against it, we'd have to calculate it in reference to this sprite, which just seems silly. I think those, I feel like World Renderer might have this value or might calculate it at some point. Oh. I could be wrong. No, it's not there. Gosh darn it. No, this is totally boiling my brain. Okay. Where's A sprite gone? Let's stare at A sprite until our eyes bleed. That'll help. It's because of the way that clip works. That's why this is fiddly. Okay, let's print some values out. That a minute. I might just chuck it there. It'll fill the log. Oh, that's not. It's only going to once a frame. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. No, probably video. Yes. Fairly certain it's the value I want. Or at least I want to start with. Oh, excuse me. Chunk, 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 chunk. That'll be. These are the one frame. Well, probably 2 frames. Okay, you talk to me about viewport offset. 97, 104, 96, 104, 95, 104, 93, 104. Sounds good. So if we look at a sprite, is that value where I think it is? I'm pretty certain it will be. What was the first one? $97,104. A sprite, put it on screen. That was $97,104, wasn't it? I think it was $97,104. Is that over here by any chance? Yeah. $97,104. It's going to be off the screen. Nope, not quite. Yeah. Yeah, that matches up. That is the top left of the viewport in pixels offset in VRAM. Just checking that's what that value actually meant. Okay, so looking at the wrong thing. There it is. It means this clip function is expecting to do something slightly silly with the clip value that's passed in, which is it expects it to be an offset from the sprite. Ugh, gross. I mean, it makes sense for what it was doing, but it means it's not remotely reusable. Can we calculate that value? Well, we can start by saying I think we've got a function for this. I mean, a constant for this. World viewport size, something like that. viewport size pixels. Why do you object? Oh, because this is an engine function. Oh, goodness. Oh well, we've got a perfect place to add this include. Underneath, oh Lord, I'm sorry. I'm doubly sorry now. It's only temporary. It's not temporary. Okay, so that's going to get us the bottom right of the viewport in VRAM as a pixel offset in VRAM. Have to be so specific about this. Do you know what? I'm going to write that down. Pixel offset in VRAM. So then, because the clip function, unless I change it, which I probably will later, but for now, I'm just going to hack it. The clip function is expecting that value to be relative to the sprite's position. So minus erase items I screen pause. I think erase items I screen. No. Last screen pause. Last screen pause. Really? Oh, really? Get off, you bloody pop-ups. Oh, no, I meant in terms of the tile, not the spread. Okay, so actually relative to that. Gross. Subtracting it to add it back on again. Dash. And that is this guy. No, it doesn't, does it? It is, in fact. Is it tile overlap? Dot tile overlap? That can't be right. What's that? That's a multi-tile overlap, which contains tile overlap. That was right. It's a bit gross, but it's fine. Oh. Okay. So what does this actually mean? Bottom right minus the top left tile pixel. So that is now an offset from that position. And then, in theory, we're going to call this function add that on again. And then we're going to clip tile map region size to make sure it fits within that space. Okay, I think that's right. Dora, shush, it's not lunchtime. See what screws up horribly. Chug, 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 chug. Nothing on the screen screwed up. But what about outside the viewport? A sprite. Close that. Reopen that. Put it on the screen. There we go. Right then. So we start scrolling left. Apart from that one frame when we scroll right. We do not appear to be getting pixels drawn in that yellow area anymore. Right as I said it. That's kind of odd though. Like, why is it working up to that point? Oh, no, that's... No, I don't think that is out of date. Those frames are out of date. Those are from the previous run. But that's going to be correct because of the big yellow block, I think. Oh, I can't be sure. We'll have to do it again. That's the problem with leaving these screenshots over. Maybe I should make the game delete them all when it starts. That seems a bit dangerous, though. Right, do it again. Good chunk, good chunk. It goes left and then right. That's what's really odd. That's a whole different bug. Right, go away. Back to a sprite again. A sprite on the stream. Now that's interesting, because we don't... We managed to do a scroll. I guess it's possible to scroll on the very first frame. The update does happen before the render, obviously. So, okay, fine. Anyway, let's go this way. That looks fine. Okay. Maybe it was left over then. All right. Next thing to do then is to fix up the... Well, actually, let's get rid of this because I don't want that rendering anymore, outputting anymore. We want to put the world renderer back so that it's drawing tile data instead of yellow pixels. I know you're here somewhere. There it is. Where else is there a mention of 107? There's one. Was it? Okay. I don't need that. I don't need that. I'm going to want to get rid of all of that soon, but not just yet. Okay, so that's all gone. So... Oh, the sprite itself. Well, okay, no, we'll leave the green in for now. One step at a time, Martin. I can't decide if it's cold in here or not. It's that weird temperature where most of me is warm, but my hands are freezing. And my elbows, somewhat inexplicably. Clearly I need gloves and elbow pads. Gosh, screamy cat, it's not lunchtime. It's not lunchtime. It'll be lunchtime in 40 minutes. Stop being a monster. Right, let's run that again. Now with fewer yellow pixels. Chug, chug, chug. Of course I didn't delete the screenshot, so I'm going to have to make sure I do this longer than I did the last run. Get that all the way off the screen. And then quit. A sprite, close, reopen. But Dora, shush. My goodness. Alright, so we scroll left. Well, we scroll right first, and then we scroll left. Do we get any green pixels to the right? We do not. We do not. Hurrah! Marvellous. Okay, so we should be safe to put everything back to normal. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Really don't like leaving all this force color stuff in. But it would be hard to if-def because it's a parameter. If I wanted to do it properly, I'd probably set that as a global variable in video and then do it. It's fine. We don't need the performance right now. We will do later. It's fine for now. What else do we need to do? We need to switch off the force color in the erase render item. Draw multi-tile. Oh, hello, force color. Be gone. So that should put everything back to normal. And then also I am going to disable the screenshots so that it's not an unplayably slow frame rate. In fact, I'm going to delete the existing ones as well. Zonk. Let's rebuild that. Now we'll see if the actual bug that we've been fixing is fixed. Because the end result of all of that nonsense with the pixels being drawn behind the scroll is when we reach the edge of VRAM on the left and we move the viewport over to the right-hand side, the wall on the left of the level suddenly changes because it was drawing the wrong pixels. That should now be fine. Okay. I go over here. Yeah, that's fine. I've hit the wall because the player's not being drawn at the moment, but that wall doesn't change. That's flickering horribly, which means we've still got a load of debug output. Oh, I left all that in. Tile overlap, is that you? No. Is it you? It is. What else was in there? I'll probably get rid of all that as well. Erasing, that's probably you. No? That's the one I wanted. Shut it. Sprite world pos, screen pos. I don't think we need that. That's going to be in world sprite, I bet. Looking at it. Oh, there it is. Shut it. Anything else? I don't think there's anything else. Okay. Ditch all of that. And the other stuff, I suppose we can re-enable certain things. We can re-enable the player for starters. Do you know what? The other thing, maybe I'll do that this afternoon. I need to fix the fact that these compiled sprites, I've not added support for flipping to the compiled sprites. And I'm so used to them being the wrong way around, I just don't even notice anymore. So I should probably fix that, because that's exactly the sort of thing I will end up shipping. Why are these robots all facing the wrong way? Oh, yeah. That ship is jiggling. Oh, I know what. Also, we got a little rendering bug there. I saw it. You've tried to cover it up, but I saw it. There it is. What the hell's causing that? I mean, I'm not mad keen on the fact that the ship's jiggling either. That's obviously... I've changed the... There's an attempt to fix the sprites jiggling, actually, which is mostly fixed, but clearly the side effect is the player now does it instead. Tempted to just cheat, because the player... Because the players are sort of a special case sprite, really. It's drawn the same way as all the other sprites are, which is that it has a world position and we calculate the screen position from that. But clearly, it's just meant to be in the middle of the screen. What the fuck is that? What? Why is there a second ship? Where do these bugs come from? I feel like because he disappears when I go over here, and that little lump appears, we must have... That's at the right-hand side of VRAM, that's at the left. So somehow we drew a phantom ship on the left-hand side of VRAM. In fact, I can prove that. Can make a screenshot of it. That is completely... It's just one baffling thing after another, this project, I tell you. Right, a sprite. A sprite showing. Yeah, there he is. I'll put that on the stream. There we go. So the viewport's over here at this point. Like, what, there, I guess? Yeah, it must be about there. 320 by 160, yeah, that's right. And then when we move left, we hit the edge of VRAM, so we flip the viewport over here, where for some reason we've drawn a second one. I don't even know how I've done that, but it's fine. We'll deal with that later. Tremendous. Is this easier or harder than modern game dev? It's just different. That's how I would put it, Beam. It's much more fun. The problems in DOS game coding are much more fun, even though I sort of go, this is baffling and my brain hurts. They are, and it's enjoyable to debug, because it's always your own fault, and it's always some part of the problem you haven't anticipated. Whereas writing Unreal, how often? I mean, I'm going to exaggerate here inevitably, but it feels when you're working with Unreal that when something goes weird, like 50% of the time it's Epic's fault. You know, you go digging through the source and go, oh, it's because some idiot wrote bad code. Yep, fair enough. So, and that's sort of just annoying. It's always annoying when it's somebody else's fault. But anyway. Right, I'm going to ignore that. The point is that hasn't corrupted, so I'm taking that as a win. But I don't like the jiggling. The Dora STFU Christ. Bloody hell, cat. I don't like the jiggling on the player though. Which makes me think maybe I should just undo the change I did just before the stream started. So in Unreal, you can see the engine source. Can you modify it? Yeah, of course. It certainly isn't open source, but I mean, it's available on GitHub if you're like mildly registered with Epic. But you don't have to pay for it. But it's sort of, and it's beneficial because the documentation for Unreal is horrendous. And so your only real way of working out how a system works in Unreal is by digging through the code. Otherwise, you're in the same position as Unity devs are, where you can just file a bug report with them and go, please make my game work that you broke in the recent update. And Unity will go, no. Which is what Unity devs tell me happens with Unity. I don't use it myself, so I don't know. But yeah, no, you do get the code for Unreal, or you can get the code for Unreal, and it's disheartening is how I would describe the source to Unreal Engine. Because Unreal is like I think this is true with the proprietary engines as well. I'm going off on a bit of a rant here, but anyway. Like generally there are two different teams working on a game engine. There are the people who write the renderer, and then there's everybody else. And the people who write the renderer are appropriately obsessed with performance and doing the right thing, and even memory requirements and everything else. They obsess over those details. And so generally renderers are very, very good, written by very, very good programmers. All the gameplay level stuff is written by whichever intern happens to be in that day. And as a result, all of that code is hot garbage in Unreal. The same as it is in most modern software, I would argue. But anyway, rant over. Dora, it's 11:30. It's not lunchtime. Shut your little furry face, would you? Thank you. My goodness, she's off on one today. Right. What am I doing? The jiggling. That's pretty cool. Didn't realize you'd be able to tweak it. Oh, I mean, it's not just that you can tweak it, you often have to. There's so many things like, because with every new official release, Epic will fix 4 things and break 500 others. And so it's really dangerous taking every minor update. And so very commonly, what you'll do instead is if you've got an issue, you'll go and look through more recent versions of the engine to see if Epic have already fixed it, in which case you'll cherry pick the fix if you can, rather than upgrading, because it's generally safer that way. Fix broken things you might have been relying on being broken. Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, there's stuff like sort of features like a lot of things on the Mac, because for all Unreal claims to be cross-platform, and it is technically in the sense that it compiles on, Windows, the Mac, and Linux. Nobody at Epic uses anything but Windows. And nobody is interested in anything except Windows, despite what Tim Epic might claim. And so as a result, the Mac version is a lot flakier than Windows, and the Linux version, as far as I can tell, is a lot flakier than the Mac one. So, yeah, there's a lot of things on the Mac that you've just got to fix yourself, because no one at Epic even knows it's a problem, because they only ever do boot tests on, I imagine there's like Derek, who is the guy that gets the job, pulls the short straw and has to run the boot test on the Mac that they own and goes, yeah, that's fine, ship it. But it generally doesn't work very well. Anyway, I'm ranting now. It's all gone off on a bit of a tangent. The jiggling. I'll probably do that in source control, because with a bit of luck, I'll be able to easily identify the bits that changed. That's the overlap stuff. That's the false color stuff. There it is. I'd rather stash that, to be honest, but I don't think I can. It's easy enough to rewrite if I change my mind later. Okay, fine. You can that entire chunk go. I know you can't see any of this. You'll have to bear with me a minute. I've lost just about calculating the screen offset. Yeah, we can chop that on. That one's fine. Now, we calculate this value 3 times for no real reason, so I'm going to need to undo this change 3 times. There's number 2, and that's number 3. Okay, so that's got rid of that. Question is, what have I broken by resetting that code? Oh, it's pouring down again. Oh well. What an odd day. So yeah, so I think Epic are sort of enshittified in the same way that most sort of the big software companies are, which is all of the coders are incentivized to add new features at the cost of everything else. And so you know, I'm working with a client at the moment who this is their first Unreal project. They used Unity previously, and I've had to sort of, from the beginning, had to make a lot of noise about, you know, the exciting new features that Unreal always talk about. Be extremely wary of them, because they work at version 2.0, and they won't work for the first 12 months that they exist. Not to a shipping degree, anyway. Dora, shush. It's still not lunchtime. My goodness. You'd think this cat had never eaten before. Right, let's run this. What am I testing? See if the ship jiggles, see if anything breaks with the rendering. Ooh, yes, things are breaking. What? Okay. That's very broken indeed. That's much more broken. Okay, no, I've broken something in the revert on the source control there. I must have done. That's just gibberish. Okay. Dora, Josh. What time is it? It's 20 to 12. It'll be very early for lunch. You're going to have to wait. You have to put up with the cat screaming. What is broken here? It can't be the... It doesn't seem like it would be the code that I've just changed for the clip on the arrays, because it's affecting the player as well, and the player's never clipped. I'll put that back on the screen and have another look at source control. I knew I should have stashed that. Oh, I couldn't stash it. Those things are fine. Oh, hello. That's changed as well. Oh, I didn't reset that. Okay, let's ditch that as well. That might have been it. Yeah, that's probably it. All right, rebuild that again. Try that again. Okay, let's fix that issue at least. And if we go over here, that is not corrupting, so that's all good. All right. Do we have stuff in the log here? Oh, we still do have stuff in the log. I thought I could see that flickering. Clipping tile overlap. Well, that's going to be in. Well, we'll just do it that way. Not the log. Well, render. Yeah, it turns out I don't actually care. That's it. So glad I'm not. Yes. Okay, maybe we switch some other things back on. Fact. Right. That is not how we do that. Re-enable everything. See what that looks like. Oop. Put that start position a bit close to those pickups. Alright, that's all looking fine. Let's shoot this guy. Kabang. That all looked fine. Yeah, we got a little bit of squirrage there. So there's still some other issues. It's the mystery player again. I guess that must be a similar issue. Interesting. Getting there now. Slightly cleaner every time. Oh, hello. That just ground to a halt. That was weird. Something else happening in the log. No. Something just massively killed the frame rate in DOSBox. A little bit mysterious. Well, fine. Okay, I'm gonna commit that lot. Oh, you know what? I can see why that level's changed. It should be like that. I should throw it away as well. Flipping. To pivot. That's it, isn't it? Yep. That's all fine. Okay, get that lot. Good. 12, which is totally too early for lunch, but this does seem like a good place to have a break. So, I'm gonna go get lunch, and I will be back in about 15 minutes. Right, back again. Now where were we? Oh yeah, so we've got a bunch of other issues with the sprite arrays when all the corruption that we saw when I ran this a minute ago, or just before lunch, is caused by, I think, the sprite arrays happening as we're flipping a region in the VRAM. So what I think I'll do to try and prove that is, because it's quite handy being able to take screenshots of every frame, so I want to do the same thing, but it takes... Oh, hello there, Mary Chan, welcome in. Thank you for your daily chicken. But obviously the problem with taking screenshots every frame is it slows the game down horribly. So what I want to do is have it triggerable so that we only start it at particular points, which we can do down here somewhere. Here we go, that's the screenshot code. That one, that's not the red button, that's the right one. Something like that. That really makes me laugh every time. Oh, fair enough. It's nice somebody appreciates the chicken. Okay, so we need flag for screenshot enabled, and then we want to turn that on. I guess that can be just stuck within game. Excuse me. Actually, put it in there as well. Right. Looking very similar to that code. Control P. Control seems a bit unnecessary. Don't really want P though, because we're already using that for single screenshots. So let's go with L. L for screenshots. That makes sense. I mean, P didn't either, did it? P. Picture? I don't know why I chose P. Anyway, L it is. Not once quit. No. Screenshot enable equals true. Right. Excuse me. Okay. Good stuff. Like your to-do list up there. That sounds about right. That to-do list hasn't changed massively for several streams because I've been fixing these bugs forever. Oh, I did change number 3 from meow to drink tea though, because it occurred to me it wasn't me doing the meowing, so that wasn't strictly accurate. Tea. I've just had spicy pasta. I would normally go straight back into the tea, but I've just had quite spicy pasta. Tea and spicy pasta doesn't really work. So I'm going to have to drink water until the spicy pasta's gone. Right. And then we'll be back on the tea. But sadly with no biscuits, as I've run out. Okay, so we should be able to fly around perfectly fine. I guess I'm going to run this twice. Let's see where we start getting corruption. I think we got some stuff up here. There we go, there's one. And the frame rate really dropped there as well. Which is interesting. Suggests it might be something else. Okay. We get it again. Yeah, every time we come down there. So if I go around the other way, and we got a big blob there as well. But nothing now, this time. There it is. Do I have to come down? Excuse me, on the right-hand side. Do that again. Ow. No, that's not far enough, right? Nope. Mysterious extra ship. Okay, well, looks like flying up and down here will cause some guff. So that's an unrelated bug, I think. I think that's an overlap bug. but that's fine. Okay, so if I put this guy up here, and then, I don't know, maybe about there. Let's start the screenshots. Wow. One frame every couple of seconds. Might be a bit faster than that. And then turn around about there. That's far enough up, I think. Of course, I can't now stop the screenshots. That would probably be useful as well. But if you don't actually get the issue, you want to restart the screenshot taking. Come on, corrupt you bugger. It's not going to. There it is. Okay. I am fine with that. A sprite. Okay. Put it on the stream. There it is. It looks like that is the viewport then. Well, because it's got a ship in the middle of it. And scroll up a bunch, and then kabang! 2 things go wrong there. We haven't actually turned around. I don't interesting. Right, I was going to say I don't remember seeing that go wrong as we went up. Of course, that's because we've reached the top of VRAM. So on that frame, we've actually moved the viewport down to the bottom of VRAM. And in doing that, on the same frame, we incorrectly erased the enemy sprite there, and we incorrectly erased the player sprite there. So something definitely goes screwy when we wrap in VRAM. Interesting. Hang on, I'm going to cough. Turns out F12 makes screenshots in ASprite. Who knew? Just discovered. F12's my mute key. Okay. So both of these sprites then are what's going to happen here? So this is an odd numbered frame, so they're probably, no, the player's always going to get erased. The enemy only gets erased on alternate frames, so maybe focus on the player since that's always being drawn and always being erased. So in frame 16, we're going to update the viewport offset. Is it? I don't think it's last. I think it happens at the end of the update. Yeah, so we update the game, we erase the sprites, we draw them, then we set the scroll before we then update the world render or draw the new columns and rows for the world render. Okay, back to a sprite. Dunk. Except I can't see it. There it is. So, so that means the update must happen at the end of this frame. The update to the viewport. So at the end of this frame, we move the viewport down here. And then we erase those sprites whose positions are recorded as offsets into VRAM. So they're still going to be up here. Is that right? Ah, but then how are we calculating which tiles to draw? It'll be based on the updated position. So that, I bet, is what's actually that far down below, if you see what I mean. Excuse me. So that's going to be like half a viewport, which is how big is the viewport? 160. So that's going to be what, 160 pixels then? Yeah. So 160 pixels below the green pipe. Do we have a corner by any chance? Tyler is not on the stream. Tyler is not set up in the stream. Hang on, Tyler. Zoomy howdy. Oh no, zoomy howdy. Here we go. Green pipe, 180 pixels. I don't know that 180 pixels below that is a corner, actually. It kind of is there. I don't know if it's 180 pixels though. Let's tell me how big the selection is. No, that would be too sensible. That is dead center of that green pipe. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we just consider the fact that they're the wrong tiles, and just look into where it's getting those tiles from, how it's calculating that offset, because that'll be where this is going wrong. Desire for a cup of tea increasing. Okay, so I mean it's in the code we were just looking at. So when we do a raise list, right at the top, we determine what tiles we are overlapping based on the thing that's called last screen position but isn't actually a screen position. Wherein sort of lies the problem. Sort of. No. Yeah, we would probably solve this problem. We just solve this problem by saying viewport offset from the previous frame. It seems like if that were the case, if we should always be using the one from the previous frame, it seems like we should be getting a lot more artifacts than we are. So that doesn't feel very accurate. But it's easy enough to test. Excuse me, because we've got a function for that. We can say main. We can say main. I'll type that in myself, shall I? Back to viewport offset. No. I don't have a lot of faith in this working, but it's easy enough to test, so we'll go with it for now. You. Brev. Viewport, what Brev view? Yeah. Oh, I didn't extern it. Did I? Not allowed to do that. Oh, it's just in there. Okay. Oh, that's in video movement. Viewport offset isn't exported here either. Have I got multiple variables called viewport offset? No, you. Video viewport offset. I have. So there's one in World Renderer as well, but it's local to World Renderer, so that's not so bad. But it means there's no other point in setting that one. Oh, I see. So it was just when I did this, you were showing me the wrong one. Right. Thanks, mate. Thanks. That helped a lot. Anyway. Actual viewport offset. Is that one? And that's the external one anyway. Well, actually, it's not in that file. It's in the header. Why do you think there are changes? What changes? Excuse me. Okay, that is doing the right thing. Okay, get rid of that, get rid of that. And then you need to talk about preview. Oh, you already do. All three of these two. Don't they? Are there three versions of this function? Yes. Which are above it, I think. What? I reiterate that I'm fairly convinced this will break horribly, but okay, that's all of them. Let's rebuild. Hello. So if this breaks the way I think it will, I would expect to see corruption immediately as every sprite moves. That's fine now. Oh, hello. Yeah, that's gone weird. Okay, so that solution isn't a goer. Not really surprising, I guess. But it was the easy thing. Low-hanging fruit, so it was worth testing first. Okay, can I easily undo all of that in source control? So many screenshots. Discard. That's all fine. That is not. So you three need reverting. Revert, revert. There we go. Right, so of course I'm going to delete all the screenshots now. Excuse me. Okay, I'm going to have to rebuild some more screenshots again. Fun fact, when you see control characters like that appear in the terminal, that's me hitting F12 because I'm coughing. That's fun, isn't it? There we go. Right. Extreme slow-mo mode. I mean, that thing's slow. Is it going to screw up? There we go. Well, it's just at the point where I think it's not going to do it. Excuse me, sorry. Didn't mute myself for that one. A sprite. Yeah, same thing again. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, it's not. We've actually gone past it already. Wow. Yeah, we've already moved to the bottom of memory. Where is... Okay, so the bottom is like just before, so I've just flipped at the point that I started taking the screenshots. That was unfortunate, Dan. So basically in line with the enemy is the right place to start. Okay, fine. Back to the game then, I guess. Oh, I suppose I should delete the screenshots first. Excuse me, sorry. So, is this an old bug or a resulting new bug from fixing that one goes to line of pixels? No, this is another one of the ongoing ones with the sprite arrays. The new sprite arrays. It caused a whole bunch of different issues, all of which need fixing. Right. Let me go over here, get rid of them so don't confuse the issue. In fact, can I get that before I get... There we go, get rid of that as well. And then about here. So slow. No, it's probably already screwed up by this point, so I probably could stop, but I'll carry on anyway. See if we can actually get it on screen. Maybe. Oh no, there it is, right at the moment when I was going to say maybe we won't get it. There it was. Excuse me. A sprite on the stream. There it is. Nope. Where's it gone? There it is. So there we are. We're in the top of VRAM here, which is where I want to be because we're going up, which means we're going to hit the edge. And when we hit the edge, we're going to flip down to the bottom, and the arrays is doing the wrong thing. And it's sort of half the problem is it's trying to erase from the old position. But it's trying, as a result of the offset, it's drawing crazy tiles in that position, which is why we've got a chunk taken out there and this weird lump. I'm going to mute myself again. Man, nothing so much today. Okay, so let's go back a frame. So they're drawn fine. The world renderer then notices we're about to go over the edge, and so it resets the scroll in, but we won't see that until the next frame. The next frame starts. The viewport offset has been changed. We then do an erase on the sprites. They believe at this point that they're still up there. So actually, I've just taken all that code to record the previous viewport offset out. We probably wanted that. Because, so our problem is, you see, that we record the positions of the sprites. When we come to erase them, we decide where in memory we're reconstituting the background based on what's called the screen position in the code. And the screen position isn't a screen position, because this isn't the screen, it's VRAM. But that's what it actually is. It's an offset into VRAM. And of course, that's what fundamentally what's causing this problem is that there are discontinuities in the VRAM position because we flip sides, and suddenly this is not 2 pixels away from where it used to be. It's now 160 rows away, and that's fundamentally the cause of this problem. But we had problems initially when I was doing everything just in world coordinates, which was the obvious way to do it. And we got problems with that. Yeah, with the accuracy. I think it was all of the sprites would sort of jiggle because it was never sure which integer value they were on. And so, excuse me, another problem that came with that was it meant that the arrays never quite lined up with the draw. And so you always ended up with a different kind of issue with the arrays, which is why I went with the VRAM position instead. But that has a fundamental and obvious problem that VRAM leaps every so often. So the sensible way to cope with that, or a way to cope with it, would be that we keep hold of the previous frame's viewport offset. We subtract that from the screen position of the sprite to get us what would in theory be an actual screen position, and then we add that to the new VRAM offset. I can't immediately see a problem with that, other than the fact that the code that I need I've literally just deleted. Other than that though, I think it makes sense. Okay. Back to the code. Code. Back to the code, what I just deleted. And then I'm going to have a cup of tea. Right, so you are... Yeah, these are all going to have to... Can I undo these? Curses. Why is undo adding them and removing them? I don't know what's going on. Oh, that's the wrong one. Ah, okay. I know what's going on. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. That means there's one that I'm missing, which must be 32. That one? No, that one. Oh, that one is 32. Oh, 16. That's okay. They're all done. We just need to actually define that. Kazunk. Can we do here? No. Mod offset. And then insert viewport offset. I didn't need the namespace, but thanks. Can you stop doing that? All right, so that'll get that. Then we can grab hold of that in. I didn't want it in. I didn't want it in here. Why did I go to all that effort to put that code back in here? I don't want it in there. In fact, actually, yeah, okay, so I need to do something else with this instead. Okay. We'll come back to this. Just put that back how it was for now. Okay. I hate that this code is triplicated, but it is slightly more efficient to do it this way. It just means that I've got to update this code in 3 places. fine. That we can get rid of. That we can also get rid of. And that. Damn it. Why did I pick F12 as the mute key? It does things. Last impulse. Need to do a bit more thinking here. 12's go-to definition of VS Code, yes, and it's take a screenshot in sprite I've discovered today. So yes, I should probably move that to a different key. Right, back to sprite a second while I think about this a bit more. We've erased, withdrawn, we're registered at this position. Next frame, viewport offset is here. We should continue to erase from that position. That's still correct. Though, no, it is necessary, because if we then turn around and go back down again, that'll reappear. So the erase is happening in the correct place. It's just that it's interpreting which tiles it should be drawing incorrectly. So, which is the code we were looking at. In fact, it's right here. Determine what tile screen region top left is in. Not that way, we can't. Yeah, because this is all changed. If I come to think of it, that's why Prev viewport offset wouldn't work, is because camera pos is also going to have changed. And it does seem like the obvious answer to this is to just record, instead of having a screen position, record a world position, and then work out the screen position when you need it. But I guess that causes the inverse problem, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it does. You would just have the issue that you couldn't erase because you don't know where the sprite used to be. Okay, so this is the only way this can work, but we have to fix this problem. Is it as simple as... I'm going to need a cup of tea. Back in a minute. Back again, back again. Right. So, of course, the other thing, it occurred to me while making the tea, this is why I make tea, is we're not recording a previous value for that either. So that is why, when I was looking at sprite a minute ago, where is sprite? There it is. And expressing, I think initially I thought, yeah, those tiles are going to be what's actually that far below them in the map. But then when we look in TileEd, it doesn't line up. That far below, it's not a left-hand corner like that or those. And the reason it doesn't line up is because we're offsetting incorrectly twice here. We're offsetting incorrectly there, and then having offset incorrectly, we're then offsetting incorrectly a second time there. Because both of those values are current frame, and they should be previous frame. Or at least that one certainly should be, I think. So, the problem there is we set that, as has been an issue that I've been dodging around for ages. If we set this 3 times in world, so that's 3 places I've got to record the old position. I should really just prevent it from recalculating and setting that value 3 times. But I seem to recall the reason it still does it is because we get weird shit if I tidy it up and make it do the sensible thing. So yeah, probably deal with that another day. For now, is it there? It's not in, I think it's in World Renderer that we set World Camera Pos actually. I'm in World Renderer. Do we? Equals. Equals. Yeah, we do. You see, now, but because we're doing this 3 times, on position reset is actually the easy one, but the other ones aren't. But because we're setting this multiple times in the same frame later on, we can't just blindly say, before we set this value, record the old one, because we'll end up obliterating the old one the second time we set the value in the same frame. So I really do need to sort this out. Oh yeah, okay. One more thing to pop onto the stack. Okay, this one's actually easy because this is on position reset. This is when the level starts. So we actually don't even need to set a last camera pos here. Because it's just going to be the same as camera pos. Oh, sorry. World. You're fine. So, next one. Okay, so when are we doing these and why do we need to? Because we do a whole bunch of maths here twice. Viewport offset ultimately. And this is in World Renderer Update, which is going to get called right here. But the only thing we do after this is we set the scroll, which I bet is where those values are used. Yes. But then having set those values, we then recalculate them in the draw. So maybe we just don't need to do them here, since they've already been done in the update. And it's not like they're going to change in between. This is a lot of similar guff, though. So we probably can't get rid of all of it, because most of this is local data. So ideally, most of this guff we'd pull out and make global anyway. Or, you know, make the 2 functions operate on the same data. But for now, I just want to get rid of that. Excuse me. we have a last camera post pixels that I never noticed. Or I didn't notice just then. That's interesting in itself. Oh, and this is all local to world rendering. Okay, well, in which case I don't care then. What else have I left broken? Oh, we've got a player post pixels as well that I've just got rid of. Fine, we just don't need to calculate that one, right? Right? Let me check source control, make sure I haven't broken anything else so that when I run this, it does what I expect it to. Slash, I can tell the difference between the current bugs and any new ones I had with this change. That's all fine. That's fine. That's all fine. Okay. Good team. Nice house. I should get that as a sound command as well. Oh my. Oh, we're not defining it, we're only declaring it. Should be in world. It is. I can never decide between last and prev. As I've said that, I think I've just decided that I prefer prev. Because although prev isn't a word, could it be confused for preview, maybe? Problem is last can have two obvious different meanings. Where I don't think prev can, even though it's only half a word. You viewport offset. Really? Oh, did I leave the declaration of that in, did I? That's not the right thing. Oh, we're still recording it. Do I even want that? I leave it in. I'm gonna leave it in. Viewport offset. Viewport offset. Viewport offset. I know you're in front of it. There you are. That's external. Okay, so it is defined. Excuse me, declared. It's just not defined. There it is. Viewport offset. Well, I'm going to get it then. Morty. Come on. Come on. There we go. So what am I expecting here? Yeah, we haven't changed anything relating to the corruption yet, deliberately. This is just removing what I hope is a redundant viewport offset set. So if that was not redundant, yeah, it should be pretty obvious. Looks about right to me. Okay, fine. I'm calling that fine. So back to the thing we were doing, which is when we do an update. Excuse me, where's update? Update. And we calculate a new camera pos there. We want the old one. I want to set the old one rather. Okay. So now that we've set that, I do feel like if this is going to work at all, we need both. This is a fairly strange calculation, really. Okay, no, yeah, no, the position. Okay. I think this is going to screw up quite horribly, to be honest. But I'm intrigued to see what it does. It's only in the 32. Yeah, I'm just going to do it in the one place for now. So I think because we're leaving the viewport offset, that's kind of going to disagree with the Prev camera pos. I don't know. This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel like a sensible solution to this. I think what we're going to see here is, I think the rendering will be partially fine. Like if you look behind the player, I think it'll be sort of fine, and then the tiles will screw up, and then it'll be fine, and then it'll screw up again. Okay, no, it's just, okay, no, it's sort of, yeah, kind of what I was just describing. It's wrong, though. But is that because only one of the values is from the previous frame? I feel like it's just going to be more wrong if we use both values from the previous frame. I'm not sure why I think that, though. Are we actually setting that value? I can't remember where we left that code. We are. We are. Okay. I feel like this is just going to be more wrong. Not wrong. Would you credit it? That was, in fact, the compensation we needed. Okay. I guess that makes a sort of sense. So what has that done for when we flip viewport up here? Okay. I am going to delete some old screenshots first so we don't get confused. Be gone, old screenshots. And then enable screenshot mode, and we will do a very slow scroll. Slow. And back down again. Come on. Come on. Then we should get garbage. Okay, we didn't get garbage around the player, but we did around the enemy, which is progress. Digit. A sprite. Close that, reopen that. Oh, grey. Where is a sprite? There it is. Oh, doggy, frame one. So here we are. And then we scroll upwards. And that sprite jiggles slightly at that frame, but I'm sure we'll cope. So that's done the right thing for the player. The enemy, I assume, hasn't updated because he only renders on alternate frames, which it suddenly occurs to me may be an issue. And indeed, that is the issue. That's why it worked for the player, but not for the enemy, because it doesn't matter if we're recording the previous frames offsets, because it might have been 2 frames since, well, it will have been 2 frames since we last drew. Oh, okay, so we just need to record that data as well then, when we do the render. Could it be so simple? Could it be? I mean, I say simple, it would also be kind of wasteful, but, you know. Oh, passing that in as well. Because that's not directly getting it from the sprite. It's being passed in, which is going to make this moderately fiddly. But the idea is, if we find an image, and then find something like that, oh, I actually have a comment explaining why I did it that way. Instead of world position, as a given world position is not guaranteed to be on screen in future frames. Oh, interesting. I say interesting because that is actually no longer a concern because of the clipping. Huh, so I did it that way to attempt to head off an issue, which it turns out was going to happen anyway. That does kind of suggest that we could just store the world position. Okay, well, let's not do anything too drastic just yet. The incremental change, which takes us towards doing that, is to also set the last viewport offset. I mean, it's gross that we're storing this per sprite, but it's only temporary, probably. Like all the other things I claim are only temporary. So then when we do the draw, we record both those values. Well, it makes a sort of sense. Not you. Draw render item compiled. Yes, you and clipped, I guess. Where's the other one? What is that? It is draw render item clipped. So what's the third one then? Words. Draw render item clip compiled. Oh, I see. Okay. So actually, that's the only one we care about then. These are both non-compiled. Oh no, that's compiled. All right. Either way, I should probably set them all. Well, would you credit it? So actually, if we're going to store that separately, that ends up being an actual screen position rather than a VRAM position, which would be nice because that's what its bloody name is. And it would make such a nice change to have a variable named for what it actually does. Maybe I'll just maintain that and rename it to Frank. Okay. We'll consider that later. But now we will keep on going with this nonsense. I think it's in video. I think it's in world. Here's a bit of that. We don't use that anymore either. Whatever. All right. So now we've got the data written in the sprite. So when we come to do the arrays, and then call, right, so this is where it gets fiddly or less obvious. Because, in fact, it's not there, it's in arrays list. Because we get tiles overlapping region based on the last screen pass, which is no longer accurate because we need those extra values in here. I just pass them in. It's cheap, but it'll do for now, Can I call it that? Eh. Missed one. We'll sort those two out later. Okay, so then the caller is going to be broken. This is so stupid, but it is only temporary. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. It's fine. It's fine. And the other two don't need it because they don't support it yet. And then, in fact, inside here, we then need to make that use those values. Well, okay. Maybe that'll work. I don't have any biscuits, but I do have crumpets. Tea and crumpets is certainly acceptable. Save them for later. What do I think is going to happen here? Should be fine. No, we've got screwage. We've got screwage. That's interesting. So, intriguing. This is not the correct data. Oh, for goodness sake. This is what happens when you have local variables with the same names. That's why I hummed and hawed about calling them those things. Oh well. Again, this code won't last very long, hopefully. I just need this to work, and then we do the tidying up. Possibly while eating crumpets. Excuse me? Do you want to show me something? What on earth was that? That just took forever to run. Also, it's flickering horribly. This is DOSBox going weird, isn't it? I don't know if this is something that I'm doing, because DOSBox doesn't cope terribly well with things like memory overruns and stuff like that. It can quite often go quietly a bit screwy, and I've definitely noticed in recent months that when I'm running DOSBox, of course, because what's different is when I stream, I leave DOSBox X running so that it doesn't confuse OBS. Normally, I would run DOSBox X and then close it at the end and then run another one the next time I run the game. So yeah, just if you run the game lots of times in DOSBox X, eventually it goes a bit odd and I have to restart DOSBox, which I'm going to do now. In a minute. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's my fault. I shall investigate that. No, OBS is out of date. OBS is out of date. There you go. There we go. No flickering. Okay, normal flying about looks fine. So what I want to do then, let's go over here to the place of danger. About there. Help. Very slow. Very slow. I didn't delete the screenshots. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's mostly fine. Right, we should have had corruption by that point. It just wouldn't be visible yet. And then if I turn around, then we will swap back to the top of VRAM. Whereupon, if there was anything erased incorrectly earlier, it should appear. Our survey says. Grief. Well, I'm not going to say it until I've looked in the sprite. A sprite on the stream. There we go. Okay, that's frame 0. And off we go. And then we swap to the bottom, and the top is no longer corrupted. And then we turn back around again and swap back to the top, and it's all fine. Lovely. Oh, that is nice. The code's horrible, but the bug is fixed, so that's good. And that bug's been in for ages. So, even though I hate the way I've solved this, with these extra bleeding parameters that should not exist, I'm going to triplicate those parameters because I need to fix it in the other functions as well. Ka-chunk and number 8. Come in, number 8. Nope. Then update these buggers. And I'll have to do all that one time. It is the same signature, isn't it? Yes. Done. Do we need to do anything else? I just don't know. Yes, we do. What are we calling it? This is the bit that I really hate. Bit of that. Okay, so this should clear up a lot of the corruption then. I think we'll still get some with overlapping sprites. So particularly I've noticed when you pick up like a group of pickups, they'll overlap each other as they home in on you. And you quite often get squurge left over. So I think we've still got an issue there that is unrelated to this one. But the really big obvious one, I think, I dare to dream, I think we might have fixed that. I should really have restarted DOSBox, but here we go. Alright, that's all fine there. See if we get squared with these guys. We actually didn't, but it's intermittent with those. So. Oh, there we go, there's a bit. So we are still getting it with overlaps there. And we tidied it up by flying over it. Ah, now look, we got something else there. So the ship is still sometimes rendering in the wrong position. Okay. Actually, tell you what I should be doing. I should be shooting stuff. Yeah, we still get that crap as well. Those tiles are also wrong. What is that? It's an odd shape. It's like 64 pixels wide. We don't have any 64 pixel sprites, so that's intriguing. I guess that must be caused by something else. Another one there. And that's that bug that's been in forever where not all the pickups render. Oh, there's that one's just reappeared. You know, we've still got some strangeness going on here, but it's much less pronounced. But it's peculiar. I wonder, with the hole that appeared under that diamond, I wonder if that's an alignment issue. Because all of the sprites, because of the way the camera offset is calculated, hello? How bizarre. So that guy obviously didn't erase in the correct place. Sorry, I was halfway through a thought. All the sprites sort of jiggle slightly because of an imprecision about deciding precisely which pixel they should be drawn to. And what I'm wondering is with something like a diamond, where a pickup is exactly the size of one tile, and until you go near it, it's stationary. So it should always be aligned to the tile boundary, which means when we erase it, we're only drawing a single tile behind it. But if the precision was such that we thought it was a pixel lower than it should be, then it's technically going to overlap two tiles. So that might account if it... I'm wondering if that's how we ended up with that hole below the diamond just there. Might have been a coincidence. Might be something completely unrelated. Bang. That briefly went weird as well, I think. Okay, let's try and... excuse me. Do this again, try and be a bit more systematic and see if we can repro some issues. Can I get stuff without shooting people? Pass first run. There. That's kind of intriguing. So how can I repeat that? Is that... I'm trying to think what could have been erased to cause that. Is it the diamonds? Was it the pickups in their final frame? Are they doing something silly? The problem is now that it's written to video memory, we can't really see what caused it. So I need to be able to see if I can repro that, and then we can record the screenshots. Which is risky, because it means I have to restart in DOSBox. which makes it flakier every single time. Can we just go over here and go down? Of course. Yes, we can. Maybe. Okay, we'll try that again. 3 for 3. Yes, we do get corruption every time. So if I... where is that? Pretty much in line with that right-hand wall. Okay, let's try that again. Of course, I don't know when the corruption's written, so... let's try here. And then move down. I think it'll probably already have been written by this point. Chunk, 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 chunk. Of course, as ever, I forgot to delete the old screenshots, but it should be pretty obvious when we accidentally end up looking at old ones. There it is. Die. There we go. Good grief. Okay, a sprite, a sprite, a sprite, a sprite, a sprite, a sprite. Agree. So many frames. It's not on the screen. There it is. Okay, so we are moving down, aren't we? Pick up some pickup. Ah, that's alright, I'm looking in the wrong place, of course. Oh, interesting. So that's the very first frame. We shouldn't be looking there. We should be looking there. And you can see that as soon as we start scrolling, almost, right there, that has already gone screwy. So who, I ask you, is drawing those pixels? It's kind of mysterious. I don't think it's a... No, I don't think I've got a tile that looks like that. I mean, it just looks like one of them with some shit drawn at the top. So, which, you know, it is my pixel art, and some shit drawn at the top is kind of my motif. But I don't think... Am I about to eat my words? I don't think so. No, that's not the same colour. What colour is that, in fact? Blue. Index 34. Yeah, that's not that guy. I don't think we have colour 34 in any of the rock tiles. We have a function to select that colour. Can I just type 34 in? No? 34. Okay, that proves it then. Though it is interesting that the background tile does contain that colour. But it's a complete horizontal line, so these black pixels are unrelated. It's a bit of an odd set of pixels, that. How big is it? 18. Okay, so that could well be... Well, that's 15. It does go all the way along. Yeah, it does. And it is darker blue above, which is index 33. 33, 34. That is 33. Okay. So that is part of the background tile. So that's a sprite array, isn't it? So some filthy sprite is trying to erase itself in completely the wrong place. But who, I ask you? But who? I mean, these lads are both on top of background tiles. Actually, that guy's got 2 tiles on. 2 background tiles as well, so it doesn't really count. It's the little blob on the left here suggests the edge of I mean, really, what are we talking about here? It's basically a square of black pixels. I can't really identify that as anything. Because the top is definitely the same as these. So these are the only lines we've drawn, and that bit. Okay, if we can repro this every time, though, we can just switch sprites off until it goes away. That seems reasonable. That will at least tell us who is responsible. Okay. Game. We've only got enemies and pickups on screen. I reckon it's pickups. So, is it 100% of times that I go over here and scroll down that goes weird? No, of course it isn't. But is that because I picked the pickups up earlier that time? Bit higher, don't pick them up. Okay. Do that again. Do that 3 times in a row. I'm considering it 100%. Okay. Get off. Yep. 3 for 3. That went a bit weird, but okay. I think I'm upsetting DOSBox leaving this running for so long. That's 3 for 3. Interesting shape tile. Let's have a look at that screenshot. I do not want an animation this time. Because that looks very much like the edge of a real tile. So it kind of suggests... well, not really. Yeah, I'm not sure that tells us anything. Okay, so... but we can repro it by doing what I just did. So I think if we get rid of the pick up, erase and draw, I reckon that problem will mysteriously vanish. A tiny bit of tea left and it's gone cold. Appropriately sad music. Nope, that is gross. It's not the pickups. So, seems reasonable to assume that it's the enemies. But let's prove that. Nope. You said that already, Dora Pussycat. You're repeating yourself. Okay, but let's do that 3 times just to make sure. And then we will have to restart DOSBox X. Okay, so it's definitely enemies then. But how? Don't know. Is it enemies or pickups? I don't think it's going to be, because I think it's a specific sprite. But let's rule that out just in case. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to restart this. Slightly paranoid about DOSBox X being weird. Now I've upset OBS. There it is. We go over here. A bit farther down. Okay, no problem there. Let's do it 3 times just to make sure. I also need to fix that bug where you can pick up diamonds through walls. I don't know when that crept in. Okay, that didn't break either. So it is definitely an enemy sprite that is doing that. Easiest way to narrow this down. I suppose we could just... Yeah, big bunch of debug logging like usual. Probably do this. But only after a certain point. Okay, let's do it. No, we can't use that. Let's just refix the frame. That'll do. Excuse me? Yeah. Okay. So maybe from about here, I guess, and then very slow. Probably already drawn it, and then it'll become visible in the next second or so. Come on, I know you're there. There he is. Right. Gone. Hey, sprite. Ditch that. Ditch that. Open that. Put a sprite on the screen. Right. So we're going to start moving down, but we want to pay attention up here. Oh wow, that's already doing it. Is it that guy? I wonder if it's just that sprite. It's just doing something silly there. The log is probably not going to tell us that much. Let's have a look. What frame was that? I can't remember. It was frame 10. There's only one sprite being erased. Oh, that might be the player. Okay, yeah. So we're on alternate frames, there are two sprites. So that's the player and an enemy. Yeah, that's not actually much use. Because the world positions obviously don't change. Until that point. But let's presume, yeah, that's the player though, surely. Yeah, okay. Okay, that output isn't that useful. So we'll get rid of that. What was interesting is that there is an enemy underneath that corruption, which is a bit of a coincidence. So, what about if we go into tilehead and we delete him? Does that mysteriously make the problem go away? Bet it does. Okay. If it's 3 for 3, I'm blaming that guy. 2. Yep. It's that guy. Derek. Let's undo that. Save export. Okay, so it must just be, yeah, it's the same thing as before, but it's because we're clipping on a different axis. So there's a different part of the calculation is wrong, is what I would assume. So I think maybe this looks similar to the previous bug, but is actually a completely different bug. That's my suspicion at this point. How do we prove that? Do we have some guff in? So I had. I thought I had a basic debug output of each sprite, but when we were raising them, but apparently not. Yeah, okay, I guess what we can do instead then is when we come to draw those tiles back in, there it is. Actually, there was one in there, wasn't there? That's gone as well. Okay. That'll get us a lot of spew, but do some of the work with. Same thing again, really. That, no, I might have moved down too far there. Paranoid about restarting DOSBox again. It's getting very flickery, but that might just be the log output. Right, down we go. I reckon that'll be enough. Go away. There. Sprite again. A sprite on the stream. Okay, so we've already got some, yeah. There is the first frame of screw up, which is frame 5. Thunk. Okay. Those look like actual screen positions. 161, 168. Are they? Let's check an A sprite. 160 by 168. Yeah, that's nowhere near there, so yeah, that has to be a screen offset, in which case, okay, sprite's not on the screen, boink. I mean, if that is a viewport or a screen position, then that must be the viewport. One pixel further over that way. I think that's about right. Oh, maybe not. Right. Okay. So that's the viewport. So that pixel is the top left. In fact, I didn't even need to do that. I can just do that. 207132. What was the value it was talking about? 207132 plus 16168. 16168. 7 plus 160 is 367, which is right halfway down the player. Okay, that makes sense then. So that's the player that's being just the player. I mean, the player should be 4 tiles at least anyway, but there's only 2. Oh, no, there isn't. Right, sorry. 2, 4. Oh, there are 4. Okay. But there are only 4. So that's just the player. We aren't erasing the enemy from that frame. But we presumably did in the previous one then. But that also looks like it's just a player. What about the next frame? That also just looks like the player. What is going on here? It's all in the center of the screen, so it must be the player. We're never drawing anybody else's tiles. That doesn't seem very likely. Unless they're all too small. Okay, so is it the clip that's screwing up then? What is going on here? What is going on here? Sprite back on the stream. No, that's not background. That's incorrect sprite arrays. What's happening there on frame 11 also? It doesn't matter because all we ever erase in here is the player and those positions. It's weird. Oh, hello there, Zakra. How you doing?
Eunuch ready.
Welcome in.
Eunuch reporting for duty.
And this is very strange. Okay. I think a more drastic plan is called for here. Thailand. Which is long stream pog. 6 months till
And I wanted to
December.
pick a song
Wow.
that was exactly perfect. A song that let me say thank you. A song that looked back retrospectively.
Yeah, I am just going to delete all of these lads. And then, do you know what you can go on? Then, because the pickups are disabled in code, if I then also don't draw the player, then the only sprite we're drawing is that guy. Yo, what door again? Code. Gang. No. No. Okay. Tidy. Okay. What are we printing out here? Because I've forgotten. We've got rid of that one. We're printing anything out. We actually aren't currently. But this still tells us something. Tells us it's that guy's fault. There he is, flickering. Of course, now it's quite difficult to line up where that wall is, but I assume that's about right. There we go, that's still very broken. In fact, actually, there's a big clue there as well. Because... put that back. Give me a screenshot of that and kill it. And then a sprite, show me that screenshot. Do not load the animation. And then open up. And that'll be fine. A sprite, there we go. So there's our blob of squurge. What I'm intrigued in, I'm assuming, well, I mean, it seems a fair bet, that is going to be the tiles, or those are going to be the tiles underneath the one remaining sprite. I can't zoom in with the mouse wheel. Squidgy, red and green bit, blobs. Oh, you can't see that because I've left a sprite on the stream. Take my word for it. Yeah, so that's 100% then. That is definitely, it's drawing the, or it's erasing the enemy in the wrong place. Which is odd, because I thought we just fixed that problem. Okay, if I get rid of that and then open this one, so I can see the animation. If Dora one of the Space Cats you can play as, or are the Space Cats the antagonists, what is the law? Well, that's an interesting question, Toyo. In the jam/shareware version, the Dora was not involved. I don't think Dora will be involved, to be fair. And the Space Cats were the antagonists, or the Space Cat. the actual cat just made robot cats. So to be clear, you were never shooting actual cats. You were only ever shooting robot cats. I know this was a point of contention with some people, but that was the original version. And I think Immy Cat was the person who suggested at some point that you should play as the space cats, and that does quite appeal to me. So I've long had a notion that I might try and retcon the story, or change it dramatically. Because maybe I think perhaps oops, dropping my pen. I think perhaps a bit of plot that wasn't revealed in the shareware version is some sort of table turning. Actually, the good guys were the bad guys all along, etc. And then we can allow you to play as the space cats, which I think would probably be more fun. So Dr. Robotnik is making a metal space cat that makes a space cat robot. Similar concept, I mean. I suppose so, yeah. Although I think I'm not 100% on Masonic law, so you might have to correct me here, but I believe did I suppose Dr. Robotnik, the clue's in the name. Were they just robot animals? I always thought they were like cyborg animals. Because don't you like de-robotify them at the end of the level? Because that'd be a whole other moral question, obviously. And that's really what I make stupid DOS games for, is to consider the important moral questions about how much of a human being you can replace with technology before they lose their inherent personhood. There were animals inside robots, from what I recall, trapped. Yes, fair enough. In which case, yeah, no, we that's certainly not the law of space cats. No meanness to actual animals, whether RoboCop type animals or not. Right, what am I doing? I am watching this animate. That has already screwed up now. Why, I ask you, is it erasing that up there? Wait a minute. It should just not be erasing anything. Yeah, this is right. Yeah, this is the issue here, because we aren't even drawing at that point. So, okay, so the clip on the rect before we do the erase is not counting, or it's not correctly calculating when the clip is above, and therefore I would assume almost certainly to the left also. Okay, so it's the point where we try and clip the erase rect that is getting wrecked. Use the word wreck there, doing two different things. Anyway, it's probably a bit too intellectual for most people, that one. Right, what am I doing? It's in erase list. And then we call clip multi-tile overlap. Yes, of course it doesn't, because I remember what this code does. It's only concerned with the bottom right. Because I assumed that the screen boss was already accounting. I don't think that's correct. I think maybe I have made an assumption here, which has made an ass out of you and Muption. Okay. Let's put this back in again. And also print out the screen boss. Where am I going to fit that in here? Guff. Screen boss. Yes. Don't care about the second bit. That's not going to print because we're not clipping from the bottom or the right. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I? Well, I suppose no, it's not that useful. By which I mean it's not useful at all. So in fact, undo all of that. Comment that back out. Brilliant. You could call it space cats with a Z, and any resemblance to a real life cat is coincidental. That's actually not a bad idea, though cats with a Z has been taken, because as has dogs with a Z, and there was another one. There was a weird alien one as well that they did later on, which was, do you remember when, like, what was the category of software for that? Like a desktop toy, I suppose is what you'd call it. But you could get cats with a Z or dogs with a Z, which were these little animated cats and dogs that would run around on your windows. I had cats ages ago. I had cats. They made controllers. Yeah, your sister had that. My sister had that as well. There was an A. I'm gonna go off on a tangent now and look up cats, dogs, software. There was a third one that was alien, Oddballs with a Z, obviously, which was the last one, I think. Wow, they were still making it in 2002. Anyway, so yes, the assumption is the screen post is not clipped, which is strange because I thought when we rendered we clipped, because we're going to render clipped. Render item clipped compiled. Where's last screen post set? We're at the bottom. Adding screen post to viewport offset. Where is screen post set? Where? There. Screen post render item, which is screen X, screen Y, which should be 0, so it should be clipped on that side anyway. Apparently not. That's very puzzling. Okay, well, let's prove this, shall we? With an arrays render item, which you can't find. There it is. And don't care about overlaps. I don't usually care about the size, but fine. Yeah, it's fat fingering. Come on. Come on. It's the compile times. That's exactly when I need that moral recordings channels thing of being able to do quotes from films. And the like. It's what I need it for, the excessive compile times. No. There, I think. Splurge. I forgot to get screenshots, so I don't know what frame that was. No, that's not useful. I'll have to do that again. I think that's halfway. Come on. Come on. Go weird. There it is. Quit. Quit. Come on. Come on now. There we go. Expect. Expect. Putting spread on the screen. So, let's do some scrolling. That's already started doing weird stuff on frame 3. 3, 5, 7, etc. So, what does the log say? Frame 150. Oh, nah, yes, because of course. Oh, God. It's not frame 3, is it? It's going to be frame 150, because it takes me however many frames to get over there, during which time nothing gets erased. Okay, let's look at this, though I don't think it's going to be very useful. So that is it appearing from the right, but the top's cut off. Oh, that's when I accidentally fired towards the end. But it looks, I mean, the height looks correct. It looks like it's being erased. Problem is, because we can't match up these frames with the images in sprite, we don't know if these coordinates are correct or not. But frame 535, according to sprite, no, that's not going to work. Whatever frame a projectile appears on must be 534. So we can work backwards from there. That one, or possibly the one before. Okay, so back to the text. Prior to that, we are erasing at 256, 151. A sprite. 256, 151. This is unrelated. This is a different series of screenshots. Yeah. So in fact, that I'm expecting to see a projectile at some point. There it is. So that's probably frame 500 and something. And we've got guff there, and I've already forgotten the numbers. 256, 151. I've lost a sprite. 256, 151. Is that it by any chance? It's very close. 256, 151. It's down here. Okay. That's right off the end. Apart from one frame, but that might be because we're on the wrong frame. No, no, it's not. It's kind of mysterious. 256, 151. That's definitely 151. I was expecting that to look perfect, but that row is irritating me. Okay. Oh, it's only that one row. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So back to wave spread again. That's 32 by 1 from that point. 32 by 1. Is that by any chance 32 by 1? Yes, it is. Okay. And it's kind of difficult to tell where the viewport is. Actually, we've long since swapped to the top of VRAM. We shouldn't be erasing this guy at all. We certainly shouldn't be erasing him from here. Strange. I've also just forgotten what frame that was. It's the first erase of that projectile. It's probably frame 44. So where does that first start corrupting? There, which is 40 frames earlier. Which would be 470. $256, 127. $256, 127. And there. It's going to be 16 by something, isn't it? $32 by 24, sorry. Can't add up. Do about there, probably. 32 by 20 something. 21, I think. Is that what it said? 32, 21? 32, 24. 32, 24. Not that it matters too much. I mean, it looks like it's out by 1 anyway. But I don't 100% trust that because of the frames not matching up. It's 127, you're at 128. So, I mean, that kind of makes sense that that's wrong because it's 1 frame higher, excuse me, 1 pixel higher than the edge of the viewport. No. I missed a cat about. Did you? Oh, the one from Tonil earlier. So is it then that, because we aren't exactly, I mean, we are calculating it, but we're calculating it by maxing against 0. So is that value, that could well be off by 1. Where was that? Was it in get tile? Was it in clip tile? No, it wasn't. It was, in fact, it wasn't, was it? It was in the raw in the first instance, wasn't it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. No, I don't think it can be that though, because that same value is used to draw the sprite, so we'd be drawing the sprite. We'd be drawing an extra row of the sprite as well, so that's not right. New plan. New plan. Get better data. Always get better data. Move the start position over here, where we can already see the bloody geezer. Sprite, that's the word I'm looking for. We don't call them geezers. Now, I think this won't affect the bug. I hope it won't affect the bug. So I should just be able to do this and move down. And see corruption. Yes, okay, good. So, do that again, but with screenshots. Wait a minute. Stop. Stop, stop, stoppity, stop, stop, stoppity, stop, 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 abort, cancel. There is a far more sensible solution to this that I really should have thought of, which is code. When we draw screenshots or write screenshots here, why are we doing a screenshot count? Why not just use the frame number in the first instance? That would be much more sensible, wouldn't it? Where's my phone buzzing? Oh, good. It's somebody on social media retweeting, boosting something I said about cat shit. That's always nice. It's one of the most popular topics you can talk about. That's a good advert for people. You should follow me on Mastodon, because I talk about cat shit there. Awful but true. There we go. Okay. Now we can just do this, and then we can press that, and then the numbers will line up. God, slow this. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? There we go. Abort. Thank you. Right. A sprite. Close that. I don't think that file exists anymore, so best to look opening that. Try that one. And yes, it is an animation. It's not on the string. Nope. Nope. That is quite annoying. Oh, at least I've got the file. No, it's only going to tell me the file name for the first one, isn't it? Hey, sprite, you're not helping. Can I change this frame? Frame number, I want to change that. Can I insert 59 empty frames? Not really. Fine. What about this and this current frame, new frame? I don't want to do any of those things. Grumpy. No, I don't have an option in the menu either. Fine, I'll just have to do that adding up in my own brain. The torture this app puts me through. Okay, fine. There. That's gone screwy already on frame 7, which is actually frame 66. Yeah. Yeah. Frame 66, it's done the wrong thing. What does the log say? (256, 136, 32 by 15, 256, 136, 256, 136, 256, 136, 256, 136, 256. Of course, I've forgotten the other number. (32 by 15). That. It's not just off by 1, it's off by 2. What? Where is that? That is 136. And that's 138. So it looks like it's filling those in correctly after the fact. Why is it trying to draw that in the wrong place? Because it definitely didn't draw the sprite in that position. Well, we wouldn't be able to tell at this point. But we could in the previous frame. Yeah, that's correct. I don't understand why it's wrong just in that direction. There is code that deals with this silliness in no, this is not where the issue is. The issue is that that screen pass value is too high up. Right, of course it is, because it's from the draw on the previous frame before the scroll. So the issue is simply that we haven't clipped it by moving it down. Yeah, this is the same thing. I keep going around in circles here. So that should happen essentially. Arrays list. Work out what tiles we're overlapping, and then we clip to the size that we drew previously, and then we clip to the bottom right of VRAM. But that function doesn't have any way of clipping the top left. That's all this is. Because this function, yeah, this function was written for that use very specifically. So we sort of need to do something a little bit different here. Because yeah, that's how we end up having to do this crap. So instead of that, let's essentially just doing our own version of this, isn't it? Get off. So actually this is very simple, isn't it? Because all we need to do is say if this, if the screen position, we just need to max the screen position with the viewport offset, and then shrink the, wait a minute, no, we'd have to move the source region as well, and then we'd have to shrink the size of the source region. So that actually is kind of fiddly. Okay, let's write that down. Current viewport offset. Okay. Shrink. Actually, it's fine. No, do it. And which way round do we want this? If the viewport offset is greater, we want the greater of the two values. So therefore, viewport offset minus screen pos. You don't know what that is. Excuse me? Do you want world renderer? What's video viewport offset? It used to be in world. How long time ago? It's not screen pos. It's, well, it could be screen pos, couldn't it? It could be screen pos. That looks wrong. It's the tile overlap. Yeah, we need to do this for each tile overlap. Oh, sorry. Are we already in a loop? Why are you not complaining about I? Gulp. That'll teach me to reuse I. Overlap index. That's a little bit more obvious. It's not really an overlap. Yeah, it's fine. Wait a minute. You're going to get pissy about that because it's not an int. That's fine. It can be an int if you try hard. Or cast it. Okay, so if viewport is greater than screen pos, we will get a positive value. We don't care if the value is negative or 0. In which case, yeah, I could just do that with the vector function. I was thinking I might mix it, but it doesn't actually matter. No, wait, no, it does. It would be easier if we maxed it. Okay. Okay. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be lazy and do both axes at the same time. Okay, so if there is any shrinking to be done, we've got to add it to screen post. It's constant. Not anymore, it's not. And no. Yeah, adding something called shrink. That doesn't strictly make a lot of sense now, does it? Oh, what's a better name than shrink? I mean, it's going to shrink the size. Adjustment, that's vague as all heck. Top left clip adjust, that's quite specific. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Dora FMV. Thanks for that, cat peasant. God, it'd be nice to get back to that as well. I enjoyed writing a little video codec. God, all the fun things I've done on this project before I ended up going down the endless rabbit hole of optimizing the sprites. Right, screen pause. We add the top left clip adjust, and then we are also going to need to add that to the other lump of guff. I want to do that. I want to do that. Let's make that all a bit shorter, shall we? There we go. Do you know what, actually? In which case, I may as well just take that. Map region 0. No. Overlap index. No, we're already in overlap index. I am being a silly person. Top left equals vector. Oh, well, region top left and top left typical. And then other downlap region size equals vector subtract overlap downlap region size minus top left typical. Gosh, that even seems to make sense. I might even put a comment saying what it does. Look at me being a professional programmer. Yoink. Now, I think we've probably run this enough times in this DOSBox instance that it's going to go a bit funny. But well, if that worked, then we can just move down and it'll be fine. It won't be fine. It was fine. Get out of town. I haven't fixed that first time. I simply won't believe it. I mean, it's not corrupting. Alright, let's prove it. Oh, I forget that I start there now. Again, I have to delete the screenshots first. Oh, so many things to do. Get rid of all the screenshots. And then again. Oh, very slow scrolling. Very slow scrolling. Ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Probably find that. A sprite, that's not a sprite, that's a sprite. Close that. Don't know what the file's called. 54. Screenio 54. And a sprite on stream. Okay, so let's scroll down. By Jove, that's working fine. Oh, I like it when bugs get fixed. It's so rare. Okay, so I guess we do have. Yes, I've got a ton of guff. Erasing sprite is going to be in this guy, is it? I cannot see it. Erasing sprite. There it is. Shut up. That's it. Get rid of that, and then let's re-enable everything. Me, 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 me. Rebuild that, and in the meantime, I'm going to treat myself to a restart of DOSBox. Excuse me. Tell you what. If this works, well, I mean, I don't know what I mean by if this works, because I fixed that bug. But if this looks a lot nicer, and there isn't another obvious bug of the same kind, I'm having a cup of tea and crumpets. That's what's happening. I will endeavour to not eat them with the microphone on. Oh, I've left it over there. Well, we can change that easily enough. Oh, in fact, there's a whole bunch of things in Thailand that are deleted, isn't there? I need to put them back too. I'm hoping a big bunch of undo is all we want here. That's the one we want. Save, export, repackage, back again, try again. Kabang. Okay, we got a mystery ship again. It's quite fun, isn't it? Is it something to do with the projectile? I don't think it is. I think I've had the second ship appear without shooting before. Kabang, bit of squurge there from the overlaps. That's all fine. That is all fine. That was weird. Those pickups reappeared again. That was all fine. That's all fine. We're not getting the big blocks in the middle of the world tiles though, which is good. So that does appear to be fixed. That's weird though. And those aren't there. Oh no, they are. I don't even know what's going on in my own game. So strange. There's the mystery. If I go off the screen and come back on, are they going to spawn now? Yeah. So that makes me think that we're just hitting the limit on the number of pickup sprites. Which makes me think there are phantom ones. Like sometimes you pick things up and they don't disappear. Like they stop rendering but they're still registered as on screen or something like that. I don't know. That is odd. We've still got a bunch of bugs anyway, but most of them are slightly peculiar rather than, you know, actively smearing a great load of pixels down the screen. So basically I'm trying to persuade myself that I still deserve the crumpets. That's what's happening here, in case anybody was unsure. That's so strange. Like, that is a huge amount of... I suppose there's multiple sprites though. Again, anything overlapping the reactor, I don't think we even erased the reactor. So I'm not massively surprised that that breaks. Now, and that's still very broken. Definitely some shit from overlaps there. Oh, hello. I think I've got some explosion left in you. Still some very strange issues here. I mean, I guess. And there's another missing diamond. Oh no, there it is. I don't know, I feel like that didn't immediately spawn. Weird. Also, what just reappeared? Ugh. This is slightly maddening because all of these issues, I don't like that one at the top of the screen. There, just fixed itself. Because that looked, yeah, there we go. That looks to me like another erase bug, so they're not all fixed. I would assume that that was one of the guys on the right-hand side here is causing that, or has caused that. We should be clipping fine on every axis now, or on every side rather. Maybe we're not. Don't know. So let's get rid of that. I'll run it again, just to see if I can isolate some of these things. I mean, we definitely... We still get... It's funny, because when you try and recreate the overlap one, you would think that, because the 3 pickups overlap each other, when you pick them up like that, you would think that would cause that issue. But it doesn't seem to. But if I shoot this guy, it's like 50-50. Yeah, we got 1 pixel of crap there, he said, pointing where the mouse pointed. And as soon as I go off the screen and come back on again, that'll be fine. So what's causing that? Well, hello, Genesis. Didn't see you come in there. How are you doing? Ouch. Where's my thing at? Still haven't added you to the automatic list. That's not how that works. And I should add you to the automatic list because I can never remember how to do it manually. Is it that? And that. Tab. I think that's it. There we go.
What the fuck is that? Is that a baby?
What's this? Yeah, that is a baby, yeah.
So there's a giant Pac-Man and a baby?
Looked quite a lot like a Doom mod I made when I was about 12.
Okay, I don't think I want to do that again.
There's
Alright.
something much worse going on. Fair enough. Right. So we've got the issues with the little overlapping sprites, which might just be an issue because the different size sprites have different code paths for doing the arrays. So it's possible that that bug is just related to small sprites. Can we prove that? Can we make all the screws diamonds temporarily? Maybe. Let's have a look. Where's the thing? There we go. Anyway, doing okay, recovering from last night's concert. Did you drink enough tea yet? I can never drink enough tea. And in fact, I say that, I've let that bit go cold, so that's grotesque. Nothing worse than cold tea. Yeah, probably due for another cup quite soon, I think. Cold tea, ew, quite so. Right. Pickups. In fact, let me commit what we've got, because progress is being made, just about. Let's get rid of all these screenshots. Oh no, you can't see any of this. You'll have to bear with me a minute. Aim. Yeah, that's all fine. That's all fine. That we ended up not using, but I don't much care. It can go in for now anyway. Yup. All yup. Okay. Fixed. Let erase file clip. Okay, next thing. Pickups. Let's get rid of all of this. So you must load screws or they call debris or something. I think they call it debris. Ah, no, it's part of explosions. So they come out during an explosion. Right, spawn screw, and that's looking for screw data. So where we set that up will be debris PCX, that's what I was thinking of. Okay. So we need to change the image to be something else. That's easy enough. Pickups PCX, I think. What? Res sprites. Pickups PCX, yes. No. Then it's gonna be the sprite is gonna tell it that it's 8x8, which we now disagree with. It is in fact 16 by 16. Those numbers are very high. Oh, I think the screw actually has quite a lot of frames of animation because it's so small. We could afford to. Debris PCX, where is it? There it is. You, open an A sprite. Oh yes, got a ton. Look at all them. Look at all them frames of animation, look at that. That's next gen right there. 8, 16, 32, 40 frames of animation. Gasp. Okay. Well, we can't do 40 frames of animation. for a diamond because I think a diamond's got 4. So that's not going to work. Oh, it's got 8. Okay. So debris, though, does operate the same way as pickups in that it's just a fire and forget animation. So we could probably just put that back how it was and then just use the pickup one. Couldn't we? I'm sure we could. Is that going to cause an issue? I don't think so. Okay, we'll give it a go. Oh, excuse me. Good start, by which I mean it crashed. Anything in the log? Not much in the log. Oh, have I misspelled that? Is it not in res sprites? Surely it is. Res sprites pickups.pcx, pickups.spr. What are you talking about? Can't find it. Much puzzlement. We must be using that somewhere else, aren't we? In the pickups? No, we're not. Ah, so it might not actually be in the asset file then. How do pickups work then? Well, I don't know. Clearly. Oh, there's a generic 8-frame animation sprite that everything in here uses. So we don't actually need pickups. We just use that one. Try again. I'm going to duplicate. Oh, oh, the stream's been frozen. Or at least it's on the wrong window. No, actually, that is the right window. It's just frozen. Okay. Don't know what's going on here. That's a bit better. Oh, I've not run DOSBox. And then, of course, immediately freezes too. Hee-ho. Every now and then likes to capture that DOSBox log. Yes, of course. I mean, that's the end of the compile, but for some reason it just decided to freeze on that. Right, so when I shoot this guy, instead of spewing out screws, he should spew out diamonds. And what I'm interested in is, do the diamonds seem to cause corruption when they overlap each other? Or does it just crash? Kinel. Right, kill DOSBox again, because it's deed. Back to here. Back to the log. Anything useful this time? Trying to play Anim 1, but there are only one. Oh, there are 2 animations for screws, so it looks slightly different. Flip. Well, let's just screw that code. Play Anim. There it is. Anim ID. No. Explosion's fine. That's it. Let's rebuild that again. Yep, definitely getting time for another cup of tea because I'm yawning every time I compile now. There we go. Run the first box again. Blisk. Inventing new commands. Right. Kindly don't die this time. We got a little bit of squurge there. What's red? Explosion, I suppose. Let's run that again. In fact, what I might do is get some screenshots. Interesting. Die, die, die. Come on. Quit, quit. Here we go. Sprite. Close, close, close. Now, can I find the screenshots? Oh, good. I thought I had a bunch left over, but I don't. Just the new ones. They are an animation, yes. And they're not on the string. Sprite. That is not what. OBS, why are all of the windows out of date now? Kinect. Do you see how that is different? There you go. Right. So that actually, the very first frame is already corrupt because we've got this guff. And it looks like that diamond has already gone. A bit peculiar. Yeah, I was a bit too slow. Okay, that's annoying. Means we have to do it again. But it's fine. Back to there. Let's delete those screenshots so I don't get confused. Do that again. Go there. And then start screenshots now and then shoot. Blimey. The anticipation. That's going to render fine this time, isn't it? Thanks, mate. Do that again. The fact that I was scrolling, does that affect it? It shouldn't do, really. I'm going to do it more from here anyway. Where is that comment? Okay, that's screwed up. No, it hasn't. It looked like it had, but then it unscrewed. It's fine again. Come on, mate. Don't give me highs and bugs. Because every time I've got it. Why are there only 2 screenshots here? There should have been like 50. Wait. That's extremely odd. Oh, because the frame number is over 99, which means it's more than 8-character file name. Didn't think of that, did I? Didn't think of that. Right, you. These are no longer called screen, they're now called S. Neat. Try it again. Again. I forgot to press the button. Thought that was going rather well. This requires me to press nearly 3 keys at the same time. Kabang. There we go. That's only a little. No, it's tidied it all up. Every time I think it's done it, it then fixes itself. Peeling. Get off. Here we go. Right. I am going to go and make some tea and have a bit of a break. I will be back in about 10 minutes. Hello, back again. Oh, oh, Dora's frozen now. How long has Dora been frozen for? Let me fix that. Oh, try that one. There we go. She's alive again. I just noticed you have a background maze. That's true. Well, I have a background maze-like pattern anyway. Right. What was I doing? No idea. Oh, I was trying to repro the overlap bug. All right. So, what screenshots do we have in the folder? Oh, yes, that was from the run that didn't corrupt, isn't it? Oh, 1 second. Dora is trying to destroy my blinds. Back in a moment. Back again for a second time. Yes, so we had a bunch of screenshots from a run that didn't see the issue or didn't repro the issue. So try again. That's looking good. We've got a little bit of a diamond left. Okay, good. Wait. A sprite and the first frame therein. Agree to that, and then a sprite. So, here we go. So that's an exploded. We've spawned 2 screws that are currently being drawn as diamonds. What's the 3rd diamond? Is that another one that was underneath them previously? That doesn't really make a lot of sense. It looks like one of them's moved and it just hasn't erased itself from the previous position, which does make some sense if... Okay, so maybe it's not then. Because that looks there like the bottom right one appears to redraw itself. So that one dies, and then the one below it looks like it redraws, unless the top one happens to move to exactly the same location as that other one. That doesn't seem very likely, though. And then that guy's erased himself, and then nothing happens to those pixels after that point. Oh, then again. Oh no, sorry, I thought that changed. They just sit there forever. So it feels like something is just not, one of the sprites is just not erasing in its final frame. I'm going to cough 1 second. There we go. Is it just as simple as, because we have to have special treatment for when we kill a sprite, when we destroy it, because in any given frame a sprite is erased and then redrawn, and so we can't when we say this sprite's died, we can't just get rid of it at that point. because we still need it to erase itself. So they're set into a special state where, in theory, all they do in the following frame is erase themselves, and then that's it. But I'm wondering if somehow that screw that currently looks like a diamond is not getting into that state. It should be easy enough to track. Boom, 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 he said, trying to remember where that code even is. World sprite, I would suppose. No? I definitely remember that being a dying state. Changelog is this? Oh, it's actually my changelog from the share version. Okay, fine. So there's an enemy being set to that state. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Because it really should be handled by world sprite, but it can't be because of, I think, the enemies. One of the enemies has a very specific way of dealing with this. So it means all the separate kinds of sprite, they all have to deal with this themselves. So there's definitely room for this to have gone wrong in explosions. Excuse me. So in the update, if we reach the end of the animation, we set to dying. Or if we're in the dying state, then we just go to dead. Is that correct? Let's have a quick check in game, because I want to see the update, which is you. Skip all that. So we call all the update first, and then we do the erase and the draw. So not pickups, I meant explosions. Explosions update. So if that's true, we set to dying, then we would carry on from there. We'd do the erase because it's dying. We would not do the draw because it's dying. In it. Yes. Oh, in fact, it's not. It's the screws. And then the next time through, we would see that we were in the dying state and we just switch to dead so that we can be picked up for the next spawn. Okay, on the face of it, that seems correct. Is it the fact that they're happening potentially on alternate frames? That's the ish. Hang on a minute. That's just the explosion. I shouldn't be looking at that one. I should be looking at this one. This is the screws. Get off. So we're trying to do some collision of screws against batteries. I don't even know if that works at the moment, but it doesn't really matter. Slow them down over time. If they've got past the end of their lifetime, set them to dying. Okay, so not when the animation finishes. But then otherwise the logic's the same. That's an else, so there's never going to be a chance that we can set dying and then immediately set dead. We'd have to come around another frame. Okay. So let's add some guff. It's not there. I keep getting that wrong. Those are the explosions. Well, sprite update do? That's just going to update the animation. Does it do anything else? No. Okay. Oh, it moves it. That's fine then. Raising the screw and then it's not even. Oh, good grief! It's not erasing it. It's drawing. You are erasing the screw. And then if we add some guff in here, screw set D set to down. Screw set B down dead. Don't care about that. Well, of course, this requires me to recreate that issue again. Dunk. Okay, I don't think I needed to keep moving while I did this. I could get those pickups out, don't worry. And I think it was just as simple as shooting at him and then hoping that the conditions are right. So, try that again. I forgot to delete the old screenshots. That's probably fine. Oh yeah, that looks like it's going to break. It has. Marvellous. Wait until that's all done. So then the log should be completely clear of anybody talking about screws. Well, are these screenshots contiguous? Or do we have old ones left in? Oh, they look no, they're not. Which one is which? I do not know which ones are more recent. Today at half. What? That was modified today at 3:33. It's 3:20. This DOSBox putting dodgy timestamps on things. That one was modified today 3 minutes earlier. Content created at 10 past 3, content created at 20 past 3. Okay, so I think it's that set of screenshots that I want to be looking at. A sprite. Oh, yeah. Okay. Open that up. Agree. Put that there. Put a sprite on the stream. There we go. There we go. Excuse me. Go bang. So there. Got those appearing, and then they all seem to disappear except that guy that never erases himself. And so that remains on the screen. So what does the log say? This is frame 855 plus some. Log. Oh, we didn't put the frame number in. Oh, okay. Well, we can just see if they match up. That guy is dying. So we erase him, and then he goes dead. That guy is dying. We erase him, then he goes dead. That guy is dying. Erase him, goes dead. That guy is dying. Erase him, goes dead. That guy does the same. Well, that looks correct to me. Maybe we need some more guff. Tell us exactly what is being erased and when. Or what it thinks is being erased. Does it Wait a minute. When we do the arrays, we draw in the sprites that we overlapped with. Are we considering ones that are dying? We are not. Pat could well explain it. The problem is, I don't know. We do. Have we still got the? That's an image, not a world sprite. It's kind of grisly because we need to get up into game logic here to look at that flag. We don't have access to it, which prevents me from doing something too grisly. But we need a way of determining if we should ignore a given rendered sprite. How are we going to do this at this level? Because we need to know whether, well, we need to know what value that has. But we don't even have this structure by an image because we're inside that. Oh, actually, we're inside that. What's a reasonable way of saying, should I ignore this? I do kind of think this needs to be in the anim image. No, it can't go in the anim image because that's essentially the class of sprite, not the individual instance. So that can't have a specific state. That's why all this state is out here. Ooh, this is fun. I don't like the idea. I mean, I've broken this rule several times already, so it's a bit rich to be talking about it now. But in theory, I don't like the idea of an image knowing about world sprites. World sprites are a much higher level concept that are much more specific to this game than anim images, which is supposed to be engine code. So how can we determine at this point whether we should ignore a given sprite? This is a fun problem. Glad I have a cup of tea. Excuse me. So what does that state mean? It means it's on screen, but we're only interested in erasing it. Which, given that the concept of the decision about whether we're, or the data governing whether we're using a back buffer or not is in the engine, it's not unreasonable for the engine to know about, because if we're not using a back buffer, we have to erase things this way. That's not game specific. That's the only way you could reliably erase a sprite if you're not using a back buffer. So it could be a flag in the render item, except it's not specific to the render item. It would apply to all render items. But the flag would have to be set per render item. And we do have render item flags. So I could just add another flag and put it in there. That doesn't feel terrible. Let's look at flags, flags, flags. That's render flags. Do you want to? No. Thanks, Visual Studio. I'll find it myself. Shall I? Shall I find it myself? Yeah, several of these have become irrelevant anyway. Slightly silly to put it in render flags because the flag would be don't render. Erase only. That disguises it a bit better. Okay, let's do that. That's a lot of words. Okay, but it'll do. So, therefore, when is that flag going to be set? It's not going to be after the draw. We're going to draw it again after that flag's been set, so we can pass it through when we do the draw. Draw, 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 draw. Where are you? Are you here somewhere? There you are. Ah, I've just lost it. There it is. In render item. Oh, actually, that we can ignore that. Yep. We are probably going to set a compiled flag. Sprite is the world sprite, right? No, it's not. We're passing in render flags. Whose render flags? That's anim image. Okay. All right. So that's going to be called by world sprite. World sprite. Oh, we already got them. What? Just passing that through? Is that an anim image? Okay, so render flags isn't specific to anim image in theory. It was already there. It is. I mean, it's in the header for anim image. Dubious. Okay, fine. So we could just set it in there. It's kind of a bit redundant to have the world sprite state as well as this. But I guess it conveys slightly more meaning. All right, ditch that then. And that. World sprite render flags. So you should be set. Why do we even do anything with that? Unload and you're doing. Okay, so that's on init. And then that's doing other stuff we don't really care about. Yeah, this makes me want to, because we've got, yeah, dying. If we look for something like that, yeah, instead of that, we should probably say, I still don't like it because the world sprite class, the world sprite update should be doing this, but it can't. So for now, at least, we will say, world sprite, so earn enemy. That goes world sprite. We don't have header. World sprite header. Being weird about that. And also, Why being weird? Because I've done that wrong. That's probably a pointer. I could be wrong. What's your problem, eh? What's your problem? Oh, do I in fact mean the render right? I don't, do I? In fact, I didn't mean either of those things. It's in the world sprite. I am being a silly person. It's a bit more like it. Okay, so set dying will then set that flag as well, which means everywhere we've done world sprite state dying, we need to replace. That one's gone. Ugh, gross. As well. Should probably have cut and pasted that. Oh well. No, you're fine. You're the only one that is. That one's coming out. Come back to that later. Right. So that's going to set the render flag. So now we need to check in some code when we do the overlap check, which is in, it's in anim image that I just closed. Doi. Not. Oh, wait a minute. When are we clearing that flag? We'll have to clear it in every use of it, won't we? Flip. Because I bet we're doing this quite a lot. Yeah. Oh, I hate that this is spread out across all of these sprites. Need to tidy this up because it's gross. Fine. Have I got a clear flag function? Could have sworn I did. I actually don't. I can only combine them. Oh. Well. Guess we'll need another one then. Can I remember how to clear a bit? Oh, rain. And with the inverse. Yeah. Twiddly, no. Twiddly, no. Wrong keyboard. There we go. Twiddly flag. Cast 2. Almost certainly an unsigned channel. I think that's right. Take the flag, that's going to be some bit, and everything else is zeros. Inverse of that, all ones except that flag. And the target with it, that'll give us the same value with that one bit set 0. I think that's right. The flags. The flags. Anand, hello. What is your problem? What? Render flags an int. Are you an int? No. What is this int you are speaking of? Are you? Is this a big lie? Are you in fact fine with this? And or rather, would the other compiler be fine with this, and you're just being a pain? Unknown type name template. No. It looks fine to me. So I'm going to ignore it. I'm not. I'm going to compile it. Okay, fine. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. But render flag's an int. Oh, because I've twiddled it, it's been promoted to an int. Oh. All right, I guess. Oh, I have to cast that as well. Oh, man. It's kind of grisly. Maybe that'll do it. You going to shut up now? For goodness sake. I'm finishing me tea. Right. You still think you're trying to convert? In assignment. So the end result of that is an unsigned. Is that what you're telling me? Oh, I'm not casting it back to a flag, I suppose. So much casting. Dear compiler, please get out of my face. I would like to get on with something else. So they said. Getting a bit further. Are you happy this time? Are you happy this time? You are. Hurrah. Right. Get rid of that chase. That goes back there. Then we need to start cutting and pasting, copy and pasting this all over the shop. I really hate that it's duplicated all over the place, but it will have to do for now. Mm-hmm. Hee-ho. Done. Let us never discuss this again. Right. Not the draw. The erase preparation. No, it's the actual erase, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes. Erase render item. Yes, this is where I want to be. If it's us, we can't overlap ourselves, or if it's not actually on the screen, or what? Oh, it's in the anim image. Is it? Wait a minute. Wait a cotton picking minute. Wait, hold up. Where have I put this data? Where have I just put this data? It's in the world sprite. Okay, so it's still not accessible then. Sorry. Oh, no, it is, because it's going to get copied through. That's the whole reason we have a render flags in the world sprite, is when we draw it, we copy it over. I've just forgotten that bit. Okay, fine. This is all fine. It's all fine, and it's very good. Because that's going to come in there. We're going to do a bunch of shit with it, and then we're going to pass it through the render item, which is just not called render flags. Okay. Raise render item. Or item flags. Was that function called is flag set? It was. Item flags, erase only. If we're only going to erase it, then there's no point checking whether we overlap it. Okay. Buildy build. Do I want to restart DOSBox? I'll risk without. I've still got some squidge there. Got a little red pixel. I don't know how much that's helped, actually. If it's even working, to be fair. We should probably check that. Collect him, shoot him. That all worked fine. That's fine, except for stuff reappearing. That appears to be a different issue, though. Now we've still got a little bit of diamond there. I don't think this has made much difference. Maybe. I don't know. Now there's quite a lot of squurge there. I think this is either not working at all or it's just not fixing it. So that's not what I mean. I don't mean item. I mean your render item. So in fact, actually, let's just put that back there. It's done. It's done. Bit of squirting there. So is there anything in the log about... Oh, I've left all that stuff in. Set dying, dying dead, dying dead, dying dead. There is nothing in there about... We skipped that one because it's arrays only. So are we not setting it in the first place? Actually, no, we're doing it when we do set dying, aren't we? So what we will do then, because the other thing I'm not convinced by, set that flag. If not, is flag set. Flag sprite, red flags, red flags, array only. No, not so. What I have. Actually, no, the set flag is fine. It was the clear flag I was concerned about because that's the new bit. Yeah, no, okay, cancel that. That's not relevant. That's not going to be the reason. Do things happen in the order that I think they do? So when we draw, if I were to say, if, wait a minute. No, that is the flags is there. Okay. If is flag set flags and flags arrays only. Sent s sent s arrays only. Void star thing. Oh, we haven't actually constructed it yet. Zoinks. Okay. And then maybe just for a little bit of extra paranoia, I am going to take that out. This is going to be a very busy log. Right, got nothing there. Got a little bit there from the projectile and the explosion. So, what's in the log this time? Whee. A lot of guff. Well, there is only one, never appears. So that's a little strange. Because we never draw it again. So we're never going to copy the flag over. So this, we do actually do that after the draw. Oh, okay. Do we? Yes, we do. We do actually store a reference to the render item, so we could just edit it on the render item directly when we come to set die. Yeah, of course we do, because we need to pass the render item back to tell it what to erase. Okay, so that's only, yeah, okay, that's for the arrays. But then, yeah, it's at the point that we set this. We should also, if you have a render item, then your render item flame equals world spread render flag. I hate that isn't called render flag. Anyway, I say that like it's not under my control to rename it. Not going to though. Okay, so then at that point, that flag is definitely set. I'm not going to rename that variable right now because I don't trust Visual Studio to refactor it properly. And I could do without being distracted by doing it myself. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Oh, for a C++ IDE that works. We've still got some squurge there. I was really hoping that was going to fix it. Okay, that is actually working. So it is detecting some sprites now that are marked as arrays only, and therefore, actually I'm saying therefore ignoring them. Should probably check that. Yeah, that's the case, then we just ignore it. It doesn't go into the overlaps. But it's still corrupted, which is quite upsetting. That's not what I meant. I meant that. So there's something else that's causing a problem then, presumably. Or this was completely irrelevant. See, that was fine that time. We've got two bits of corruption there. We've got the part thing is just from being left over, like that will disappear there. That's swapping over. So that feels like we've still got another issue there with erasing sprites in certain conditions as we do the overlap or the wrap in VRAM. Okay, yeah, and it's gone off the screen now, but it's what happened with that half projectile that was left down there as well. Missed. See, that's left some squurge. It's not. Yeah, we've still got some crap. So there's still issues around the sprite arrays on the VRAM wrap. which is peeling. It's a lot better than it was, but there are still issues there. And the projectile left over again. This is really strange. Oh, boatload of shit there. Something fundamental going on there. Because one of the things that we're doing to make this reach 60 hertz on the 386 is the sprites are only redrawn on alternate frames. So yeah, I thought that might be relevant in a specific way there, but I don't think it is. Actually, no, I've just said that. Because as we spawn more things, while we're going to decide which frame to update the new things on, we're not going to change the established pattern for the things that are already on the screen, so it shouldn't be relevant. Well, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put those back to being screws instead of diamonds. Where even is that? It's going to be an explosions. Actually, can I just undo that in source control? Get rid of all of those screenshots while I'm on. Explosions. Yes, just discard that. Oh, and then put the animation back in again. Okay. Cat, single cat, of a space cat. Bit of screw left over there. And only one of the diamonds drew. If I go off the screen and come back again, yeah, the other two appeared. I'm really intrigued by that bug to the extent that I kind of think I might look at that right now. Because we're going to have that is initially triggered by world renderer, because world renderer is what controls where the viewport is. And so it notices when pickups and other things start appearing on the screen, which is when they get spawned. So there's so much crap in this log. I should probably get rid of all this, because that is not particularly useful. It's the stuff from... Right. So when does this guy... Check spawnable, that sounds about right. Yeah. So if a tile is a pickup, we want a new one. But you would think if it couldn't spawn... No, it's not that it can't spawn, it's that... So that can never fail, that can never send back a null pointer. What it'll do is it'll recycle one that's all currently in use, I believe. Get next, yeah. Yeah, that's just a straightforward pool, so that's just going to wrap round. But we may not have that set. Zero, yeah. So maybe that... The fact that it's wrapping actually doesn't matter, but... So I think we might be spawning the pickup, and then we're spawning... I mean, we'd have to spawn another... Wow, 100. Yeah, we definitely aren't spawning 100. There's something very strange going on here. Who calls this? Oh, that's the initial draw. This is technically no longer needed since spawn is flagged in metadata. Okay. Right, so anytime we draw a column or row, oh, yeah, it's a column. So those things are all fine. So we should be calling check spawnable on every tile. I don't think we're skipping tiles, because I feel like if we were skipping tiles, we wouldn't be drawing them either. It's a little bit strange. The early outing here. Not resetting the metadata, possibly. Hello. I do myself as well. Can you tell me who calls that, or are you going to be weird? Yeah, you're going to be weird. It's all right. I'll do it myself. You don't worry about it. Set spawned, set activated. Set key. So set spawned is going to happen in here then, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. When do we reset that? Why here? Data. If off screen, despawn. Seems fair. Yeah, I think I've looked into this bug before, judging by that bit of output. What is this P? What do you mean pointer? Nope. Is that pixel position? I don't feel like that's correct. Oh, it is right. It's the pixel world position. Oh, kind of gross, but fair enough. Pick up. Pick up O. I don't know what one of them is. Yeah. That's what the function's called, isn't it? Get active pickup account. Wait a minute. That is not exported, is it? No, it's not. Fine, in which case, never mind. I mean, we definitely aren't spawning 100, not unless there's some silly runaway condition here. Oh, it's broken. Oh, yeah. Silly me, silly me. Dope. 185. Tile, last value. Do I mean TM? Oh, that's a class. How do we get the value out of it? Get metadata. TM get metadata. Really? Can I not call R? Well, fuck it. I didn't want it, mate. Past me left it in the debug is all. No. Hold fire. 10 past 4. I'll be back in a moment. I've got to feed a pussycat. Me again. Right. Let's see what happens with these pickups. See if we can observe anything weird happening with them. Yeah, they're all three this time. Typically, of course, now that I'm actually looking for the bug, it's not happening. That's a big smear. There. So we're missing two there. So, does the log say anything about that? Talking about spawning them, despawning them. Looks about right. I mean, yeah, now we're getting down to 0 at various points. So that doesn't seem to be doing anything silly. There's not really an explanation of why those two didn't appear. 904872, where is that? Thailand. 904872. That's way over here. Oh, no, it's not. 904872. That's that guy. What about these ones that are 760, 780? 776. 776, 792. 776, 792. 776, 792. That is 76, 792. 792, 776. It's like, okay, the center of it, that's fine. So that's one of the ones that wasn't, that we couldn't see. That one and that one were not visible. And it does seem to be explicitly saying that it spawned them. Because it's saying it despawned them. 824 is the one below it. Okay, spawning pickup there. So it's spawns them, despawns them, spawns them again, despawns them again. Oh, no, those are not the same one. That's the one above. Oh, hang on. That is the one at the bottom, 824. Hey, okay, let's follow this then. Despawned, spawned, despawned, spawned, despawned, spawned, despawned. Would be a reasonable question to ask, why the hell is it constantly despawning and respawning it? Or at least not constantly, but doing it multiple times, given that it just came onto the screen and stayed on the screen. The despawn, so it's not that it can't spawn it, it's that it's despawning it incorrectly. We're doing that in the update code. If you've got no render item, well, I mean, you certainly ought to have a render item. So it is a little odd that you don't have one. This is interesting and smells of a big fat hack. That I wonder if this hack doesn't work in all cases. Right, so that is because we could do an update before we've drawn it. In fact, we would do that. We'd spawn it in somebody else's update. We'd come round for the next frame. This update would fire. We haven't drawn it yet. We would go, you've got no render item, and we'd despawn it. So this is an attempt to work around that. I bet it doesn't work in all cases. I mean, we could just make the hack more of a hack by saying, well, 10 frames. Because it doesn't matter if we're continuing to draw it for 9 frames while it's actually off screen. If I do that, does the problem go away? It's not a sensible solution to the problem, but it would at least help us identify the problem. More the fandom ship. And the other phantom stuff. Get it then. They're all rendering fine all of a sudden. Might have been a fluke, but I feel like there ought to be a pickup in that corner. I could have picked it up through the wall though, because of that other bug. Let's come back down again. Doesn't appear to be anything there. I mean, that looks fixed, albeit in a stupid way. That's how we deal with that one. Somebody should really make this better. This log's full of crap. Shut up. Shut up. Okay. That's everything in there, isn't it? Oof. Okay, those are different locations, so I think that's probably fine. Yeah, it doesn't look like we've got any. In fact, actually, there's just a lot less output in that log, given that we played the level for about 3 times as long as we did last time. And that's because there's no constant spawn, despawn, spawn, despawn that we were getting before. Okay. So we have worked around the issue rather than fixed it, but it'll make me feel better temporarily. Okay, we commit that. I don't need that bit. I don't want that staging. There we go. What else did it do? That'll do. That'll do. Right, commit. Okay, fine. Hey, let's see. Where are we up to here? We've still got a bunch of corruption issues happening. Oh, it actually seemed. No, I was going to say it seemed less bad this time, but we did get various fandom ships, and we're still getting that crap. Sometimes. That needs more investigation. That is really strange. No, never mind. We will do that next week, I think. Well, I'll probably do it off stream, to be fair. All right, so where are we up to in the to-do list? That's fixed. That, I'm going to say, sort of fixed. It could still be to do with the 8x8. I haven't really ruled that out. That is also true. Should probably commit that as well. Oh, it doesn't matter. Right. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid. That button. That button. Chat up. You're very welcome, Cat Peasant. Thanks for hanging out. Following. Don't suppose anybody's doing. Well, some people are. What else we got? Yep, see you next time, Bean. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, hello, FTP. And also goodbye. I don't know. Oh, do you know what? I don't think I can be bothered. It's the problem I have with doing a dev stream thingies, raids, is that it's sort of even more important than usual to sort of be all chatty and whatnot. Because people will go, tell us all about your game and all that, which is all very nice. But the problem is, at the point where I'm about to raid out, I'd really quite like to just go to sleep. So I'm not massively amenable to talking about my game. Oh, good. I'm glad it's not just me. I thought maybe I was just horribly grumpy. So you've made me feel better by saying that. Okay, fine. I'm just going to end it there, I think. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back on tomorrow doing Age of Empires again. Otherwise, I will see you next time. It does not look like it's sleep time already for you, Chris. No, to be fair, not quite. But it is vegetate on the sofa time, which is close enough. Right. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you all next time. Ta-ta.